All right, looks like we are back. We had a little bit of a crash just now. I was just looking to switch over the stream to my comments section. We had a little bit of a crash in between. But anyway, we're in the middle anyway, so we are back. So today we're going to be looking at the comments on my SpongeBob and science fiction video. So to give you a quick recap in case you haven't seen the video, it is about how SpongeBob basically writes episodes that are within the science fiction genre. So what I did in the video is I went through 8 episodes from the show, all the way from season 1 to a more recent season. I didn't do any from season 16, but I think it was season 15 or maybe 14 was PL 1413. And I went through and I examined all these science fiction episodes. Obviously, the more modern ones didn't do as good of a job as the classic ones, and you get the idea. You know, you get the comparison of how science fiction was written well in the early seasons and how they kind of faltered later on. Hey, that's me. Oh, cool. So we could read your first. We'll read yours first from Neek the Nobody. Hey, I really love your videos, and they even help me out with my own storytelling. When I heard about that modern SpongeBob episode using both time travel and a time capsule gimmick, I was utterly shocked. I know they use references out the wazoo, but I wasn't expecting the time capsule gimmick to come back. Yeah, I'll give you a nice heart there. And thank you for saying you love my videos and that they help you out with your own storytelling. I'm really glad. I always love hearing comments like this where people say that my videos help them as a writer. My videos are for people who are consumers and writers. So you don't have to be a writer to like my content. It could just tell you about how you should look at media, how to best engage with media. But my content is also probably a very useful tool for writers, so I am very happy to hear that someone who works on their own storytelling is helped by this. Yeah, I think by time capsule gimmick, you mean like the idea of someone being trapped for 2,000 years, coming back. Yeah, and like it really could have been done well. Like something I said in the episode, or something I said in the video, is that in SB129, you know, we saw the future, but the SB129 future isn't like something that we couldn't return to. It's not something like Nosferatu where the joke is so perfect that there's nothing else that you can do with it. You could return to the future. The concept of the future is big enough that you could do multiple episodes that talk about it. But PL 1413 just, it didn't do it. It didn't hit the mark. Did not hit the mark at all. What am I sorting by? Most relevant? Okay, I'll go with most relevant, sure. Oh, let's not do unresponded because I responded to a few that I'd like to see and go over. I find it interesting that the classic examples still feel like regular SpongeBob. It's not like, oh, that's the sci-fi episode. I think they found a very natural way to work it in, along with having it be more meaningful. That is true. Yeah, if you have like your SB129, like they feel like a SpongeBob episode. I wonder like if I could examine the way that works, how it achieves that. What is different about the modern ones? I would say that kind of applies, I guess, the most to like Binary Bottom and PL 1413 because they feel like they're outside of the regular SpongeBob. I think of the modern examples, I think Fun Size Friends, I think fits this, feels more like a SpongeBob episode there. Oh, Salmon kind of like me. Hey, look, we got the commenters in the chat. And I'm reading your comment. It's not like a Treehouse of Horror thing where it's a completely different atmosphere. True, that is true. A lot of these SpongeBob episodes, when they have sci-fi elements, it works within the show. It's not like... Because sci-fi stuff just exists in SpongeBob. You know, you have Plankton, you have Sandy, you have Merman Man and Barnacle Boy. You know, like all these things, they just kind of exist within the world. But then you also have other episodes where like the Flying Dutchman exists or Ghosts or this. And they actually do a good job of keeping those things separate. Usually an episode that has science fiction stuff isn't going to have ghost stuff. And usually if they do, they mix them together pretty well. I think the most recent Halloween episode was kind of good at that, where there was a, like it took place in the Chum Bucket, but it had a lot of ghosts, and I think it had a good balance with that. I can't think of many other examples that work it in as well as classic SpongeBob. I think Fun Size Friends did a pretty good job with it. I think Fun Size Friends, mostly because it being a science fiction element, it wasn't like super larger than life. It wasn't a machine or anything. Like they just cut the thing off. I still count it as science fiction because like a tiny version of yourself is obviously not a thing that happens in reality with people. Apparently it does happen with sponges and sea stars. We're going to see a few comments that did correct me and did say that sponges and sea stars actually can regenerate entirely new, like separate living beings the way that they did in the episode, which I actually think was a really cool fun fact. So I think that's awesome. But we'll read the commenters who pointed that out because they pointed that out. It wasn't my fact. I said I didn't know. I also think it's interesting that Spongehenge is only remembered for its weird concept because everything else is so unremarkable. Yeah. That was what I was saying about Spongehenge, is that it is so... Spongehenge is such a surreal episode that we remember it for that. But we remember SB129 not just because it's a surreal episode, but because it's very funny. We remember future, or all the bits, alone, we remember all that stuff that makes us laugh in SB129. And SB129 isn't super heavy on the jokes. Like there are definitely episodes that have more, I guess you say, jokes per minute. Like Algae is Always Greener. It's a science fiction episode. There's way more jokes in Algae is Always Greener than SB129. But SB129 has enough jokes. Spongehenge I don't think has enough jokes. There's nothing really like it from that era, and I think it went a bit too far in a lot of aspects. I'm surprised there weren't more examples from the newer seasons with how prominent Sandy's science side has become. Well, the only reason I didn't have more examples, like I wasn't saying that it's every science fiction episode. That would have been a much longer video. I just wanted to talk about a general example. From different kinds of science fiction, too. Like I went on SB129 is time travel. Man Ray is a supervillain. Spongehenge is environmental. Inside Job is body horror. So like I wanted to kind of touch... Binary Bottom is robots. Like I wanted to touch on different science fiction elements. Like I almost did... well, we'll get to it because another commenter mentioned it. I hope I'll get to it. I'll point it out if it did in case I don't see their comment, but... another commenter said that they'd hoped that I would cover the one where Man Ray takes over the world because they go back in the past. And the reason I didn't cover that one is because I covered both Man Ray in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, and I covered time travel with SB129. So I already covered those concepts, and that was the reason I didn't talk about that episode, even though that is a great example of science fiction in SpongeBob. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Badass boy. Well, you are badass for giving me a super chat. Hey, I like your videos. I like your videos. Great to watch during dinner. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Wow, that is so surreal, that thought, that like, cuz like I watch videos while I eat dinner. The fact that there are people out there that like sit and watch my videos while they eat dinner, like I've never actually like really thought of that. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I find it interesting that the Plankton Future episode also just took the hook from another episode with the time capsule. Wait, was there another episode of SpongeBob that had a time capsule? Because I know the one of the above commenters who's also in the chat. Hi, said that the time capsule gimmick. Oh, there was another. Wait, that was Man Ray. That was the Man Ray episode that I'm talking about, right? That thing was was that a time capsule, but it time traveled? I haven't seen that episode in a long time, so I could be wrong. I think a big difference is the new episodes start with the idea of let's do a sci-fi thing. Yeah, that's like that was my main thesis at the end of the video, was it's concept first, story second in the ones that don't do as well, and it's story first, concept second. Which, to give some credit to Fun-Sized Friends, I would say is story first. Not to say Fun-Sized Friends is a perfect episode, but I did include it as an example of a modern SpongeBob episode that I thought was decent. I probably could have found a modern SpongeBob episode that I thought was really good that was science fiction. So I do want to acknowledge that the video itself and the way that it's presented might have a slight bit of bias, and I don't want to fully bias you against all of modern SpongeBob. I think the point I made was sound, and I think that is true about science fiction episodes, but I think if you look at specifically Smart Artificial Intelligence, which is actually an episode that criticizes AI, that is an example of a modern episode that is a science fiction concept. Well, I guess it's not science fiction anymore because it's real, but it's kind of science fiction-y, that they did really well. It was totally story first. Oh, cool. Live stream to catch love your analysis content. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the love. Approaching 10K soon. I know. It's I appreciate all of you for being a part of this. That's crazy that I'm already approaching 10K. I didn't think I'd be here at this point. I thought I'd still be fighting that good fight at this point. Let's read another comment. If one day you decide to cover something different than SpongeBob, could you cover the Penguins of Madagascar show? It's one of my favorite shows and was also made by Nick. I would love to see you do a deep dive on this series and the messages it brings. Ooh, that is a good question. I would be concerned about how culturally relevant the Penguins of Madagascar show is. I gotta say, we just said I was approaching 10K. I think I'd need to be a little bigger of a YouTuber. I think I would need a bigger core audience to do that, because that kind of video would be a very remember this wacky show, and that's a lot harder to do as like to market. Like a SpongeBob video, everyone knows SpongeBob. SpongeBob is very safe. And I love SpongeBob. SpongeBob's my favorite cartoon, so it's not like I'm just doing it for the views. But like the reason that pretty much every video that's coming out at around this time, I don't think forever, is SpongeBob, is because I know that there is a built-in audience that likes SpongeBob. And what I'm trying to do is I'm using SpongeBob to build that audience. And then eventually as I build that audience, they're going to get to know me. So as they get to know me, I could go crazy stuff. I honestly, because I watched The Penguins of Madagascar when it aired back on Nickelodeon. So it's a good candidate. I'm going to reply to this person and say, well, I'm not going to say all the stuff I just said because that's a whole long explanation. I'll say as the channel gets bigger, that's something I can consider. I watched that show back when it aired. So I want to give this person just a little bit of hope that I will cover it. Probably not soon. Probably not soon. I hope you'll celebrate 10K probably in a stream. It definitely won't be a video because those videos never do well. You see like YouTubers are like 10K celebration. They don't do as well. I don't know. But definitely in a stream. Definitely we'll acknowledge it in a stream when we get to it. Probably will be in a couple of weeks, judging by my current growth. No, that wasn't a time capsule. There was an episode with SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick trapped in a Krusty Krab time capsule that had the formula, and Plankton tried to dig it out to get the formula. Oh, that sounds familiar. That sounds quite familiar. Yeah. Honestly, I'd watch anything you put out. I think you're still inspired. Well, thank you. I want to get to that point where I can put out more. Like, I do want to not only cover SpongeBob. I love SpongeBob. I love covering SpongeBob. But I would like to cover obscure stuff, I think, and there are lots of obscure things that I like, It's just, YouTube is a business, and it's a work of art. Like, what I put out is I take a lot of pride in my work. I do know how to work through the business side of it. And, but I really appreciate that. Or the Kung Fu Panda show. Yeah, that's another candidate. I didn't watch that one back in the day, but that's another candidate. If I'm covering the Penguins of Madagascar, that's one that could. Okay. This guy's saying, but Jackson, did you not come up with the story based on the concept, making your idea concept first, story second? Okay. I saw this one earlier. So what this person is talking about, so at this timestamp, what I said here is I did a rewrite. I think that's my rewrite of PL 1413. And I said after I did my rewrite, I said, see, that's how you write science fiction. Story first, concept second. And I said that was how it would have been written if they did my rewrite. And he says, did you not come up with the story based on the concept, making your idea concept first, story second? So this person is making a joke where they're talking about the order in which I came up with it. I mean, I didn't come up with the concept. The SpongeBob writers did. So that means that the concept was first, and then I wrote the story, came up with the story. I guess I didn't write the story. I came up with the story. Obviously, they're making a joke because what really when I say story first, concept second, I mean the story is the primary focus and the concept is secondary, not literally you come up with the concept first story. But it's true. Logically, I have been logically defeated. By the laws of comedy, this person is correct. Can't really refute that. Let me see. This time travel episode, I think they're referring to SB129, is better than the Owl House one because it doesn't cause any big events other than the invention of jellyfishing, like it doesn't cause the end of the world. I don't really know what they're saying in the last sentence. I don't know. I've seen a little bit of the Owl House, but I don't think I've seen the episode they're referring to. Yeah, I guess they're saying that this other Owl House episode that I'm not sure they're referring to did something similar to SB129, but it caused a bigger event, whereas the plot point that Squidward invented jellyfishing is so benign that you don't think too much about, like, wait, isn't that a time loop or whatever? Because time loops kind of don't make sense, because there's the idea of, like, if there's a time loop, where was the original? Like, who actually came up with jellyfishing? If Squidward went back into the past and taught SpongeBob and Patrick jellyfishing, and then SpongeBob and Patrick in the past taught their descendants to it all the way down to SpongeBob and Patrick, who then taught Squidward, and then Squidward went back and taught them. You know, it's a time loop. Like, it's kind of a paradox, but like by the laws of time travel, like you can buy it. You know, you can buy it because time travel is made up. And you can buy it as like a symbolic thing of like how we can, because what that really means is just how we can affect things, how unexpectedly we can invent stuff that wouldn't be, well, at least in the case of Squidward and the inventing jellyfishing, how we can invent something that is so anathema to what we are, just because we're around it. I think that's a very powerful message, and it uses time travel to give that message, which I think is beautiful. But it's not like, you know, in SpongeBob and Patrick's timeline twist up where they take them out of the past and they don't actually change the past, but the past has changed. That makes no sense, even in logic that doesn't make sense, if that makes sense. On that topic, I find SpongeBob and Patrick's prehistoric versions in SB129 to be a lot scarier than they are in UGG. Oh, definitely. And that's on purpose. Because in SB129, you're supposed to be afraid of them. Because Squidward is the point of view character in SB129. So we have a character from the present to see through the eyes of. Whereas in UGG, we don't. UGG takes place entirely in the past. No one is time traveling. So it has to set up the world through the eyes of someone who lives there. It almost has, UGG almost has a similar problem to Binary Bottom, but I think UGG does a little bit of a better job. I'd have to revisit UGG. UGG definitely does have a story, but it is very leaned into, like, let's eat food. If that makes sense. Whereas they're entirely comedic in UGG and more or less have their act together. They definitely come off as more feral and unpredictable at SB129. Yeah, definitely very different vibes for very different episodes. Because I think they're not even supposed to be the same SpongeBob and Patrick. Like, technically, the Sponge Gar in Sponge Gar in UGG is referred to as Sponge Gar. SB129, the prehistoric SpongeBob and Patrick, do not have names. They are not named. And they don't speak, also. So it's funny because there was the meme where the prehistoric SpongeBob in SB129 goes like that. And that was like a meme for a long time. And they called it the Sponge Gar meme. But it was incorrect because that's not Sponge Gar. Or at least that's not known to be Sponge Gar. So I think I would see it that SB129 is actually further back in time than UGG. That they're not the same period. And that the UGG SpongeBob and Patrick are actually the descendants of the SpongeBob and Patrick from SB129. If they are even related at all. Maybe they're just different sponges or something like that. There's also another prehistoric SpongeBob in an episode called Cave Dwelling Sponge. So there's a couple. So, like, is that one even related to SpongeBob? Anyway, I'm going on a tangent. They still have their amusing moments for sure, but they're also just this generally uneasy vibe about them. You get the feeling they can fly off the handle at any moment and tear you to shreds if you make one wrong move. Yeah, it's a very unsettling scene. I bring this up because while SB129 definitely has a lot of hilarious moments, it's also one of the most unsettling episodes of the whole show, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. Very unsettling show. Very unsettling episode. Between things like everything being chrome in the future, the past being creepy and eerie as it is, and Squidward being stuck in an endless white void, the entire episode has this generally off feeling about it that makes it somewhat disturbing, but in a genuinely interesting and entertaining way. And I must say, the rougher animation of season 1 only enhances it even more. If the episode were in any other season, it wouldn't work nearly as well. So true. SB129 only could have been a season 1 episode. That is so true. That is so true. That is so true. UGG is more educational, at least. It's going for something different than just story and gags. No, yeah, UGG does teach a lesson. UGG is about sharing. Like, they fight over the fire. You know, it has something to it. I'd have to revisit it to talk more about it. Oh, yeah, someone else agreeing with me. Yeah, Nick the Nobody says, I think UGG and SB129 are different time periods of evolution. I think so, too. I bet if you really examined it, like, you could maybe be like, this tree was actually extinct for 1 million years by the time of UGG, you know? Your videos have made me realize how much the writers of modern SpongeBob nostalgia bait and fail. Yeah, they do that. They do that. Absolutely insane how they literally had everyone know the secret formula and didn't do anything with that. This is referring to how PL1413 revealed that 2,000 years in the future, everyone knows the secret formula. And they focus on it for like 30 seconds. Plankton just goes, oh no. And they just kind of move on. They just kind of move past it. Like, he like screams or whatever. But it's like, yeah. If I'm being real, I'm not really a fan of the this works, this doesn't dichotomy, because works is case-by-case subjective. Should be, does it better. See, I get what you're saying, but I got to get people to click on the video, man. You know, like, I could word it a little nicer, you know, and you see my language when I make the videos. I am very careful with my language in the videos where I talk about subjectivity. But, man, I got to follow the click-through rate percentages. We'll discuss that in a bit, actually. I'm going to talk about the thumbnail test. I'm actually going to talk about my thumbnails a little later in this segment, so be ready for that. I am going to address that because it's a very interesting question. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, person with Plankton profile picture. I understand there's no way for them to make Plankton permanently stop going after the formula, but it would have been so cool to explore how Plankton's sole motivation isn't a sustainable source of fulfillment for him and to parallel him with Krabs and his quest for wealth, as he is probably also not doing well now that the Krusty Krab has gone out of business. True, they didn't even show future Mr. Krabs. Like, if everyone knew the secret formula, that would be terrible for Mr. Krabs, too. He would have no way of making money. Even if they didn't, or he wouldn't be able to make money like that. I guess he could make money other ways. But even if they didn't want to go down the route of Plankton reconciling with essentially his life purpose being flawed, which would have been so good. That would have been such a good approach. Which they've done in plenty of episodes. There's so many episodes that tackle the idea of Plankton getting over wanting the formula, and they're all great, you know, like New Leaf. I mean, maybe they're not all great. I don't know every single one, but like New Leaf is kind of like that, where it's like, what if Plankton just gave up on the formula and like did something else with his life, and like he doesn't at the end, and it's just so tragic, you know, you just feel bad for him. He doesn't, like, he could have been friends with Mr. Krabs, you know, and he could have been a good person. He chooses not to anyway. Like Algae's Always Greener and SB129. Him appreciating the life he has in the present, like Algae's Always Greener and SB129. So referring to Plankton's lesson in Algae's Always Greener and Squidward's lesson in SB129. Both the episode Flower Plot and Plankton Movie did more interesting jobs at asking these questions, and neither of those stories were very sci-fi. Well, Plankton Movie was pretty sci-fi. I mean, the whole Karen thing was a giant robot, but I get what you mean. I've never seen Flower Plot. I don't know Flower Plot. But yeah, Plankton Movie did address that, the whole obsession with the secret formula. I mean, that's why Karen went rogue. That was like the whole conflict, is you're too obsessed with the secret formula. SB129 has been than the Plankton remake. Posting this comment just because I saw the live stream. Well, you're featured. Hi there. Must have seen the live stream last week where I talked about Bubble Buddy. PL1413 genuinely feels like a sequel that was made just for the sake of it. I get that it was the 25th anniversary at the time it was released, but if you're going to make a sequel of such a beloved piece of media, at least have something to say with it. Was that because of the 25th anniversary? It seems like a weak celebration. Just one 11-minute episode. Also, I get Camp Coral was canceled, discontinued at the time, but shoving Sandy's design from that spinoff into the original show won't make me like it or the spinoff anymore. Oh, Camp Coral was canceled by the time PL1413 came out? I did not know that. Camp Coral was already canceled. It must have been they didn't know it was canceled when they put her in there. Because it takes a long time to animate shows. So they probably were like, yeah, we're going to advertise the Camp Coral with the Sandy model. And then it didn't work out. My thoughts on Inside Job's ending. Okay, so this was referring to the part where I talked about how in Inside Job, it always bugged me when I watched the episode as a kid that Plankton turns into SpongeBob because he connects to SpongeBob's heart, but he turns into Patrick when he connects to Patrick's brain. But earlier in the episode, he connected to SpongeBob's brain and he didn't turn into SpongeBob. And I said that always bugged me because it seems like the rule should be you turn into someone if you connect to their heart, because the heart is the essence of who someone is, not their brain. This is someone who has some thoughts on that. Turning into SpongeBob requires connecting to his heart because SpongeBob is defined by his childlike wonder. Turning into Patrick requires connecting to his head, brain, because Patrick is defined by the inner machinations of his mind. Ooh, great source of, like, great quote. Great throwing in that quote there. That actually really helps this person's argument. Yeah, I see that. Like, that's fine to look at it that way. It still bugs me. It still does bug me. Like, I think it's just clunky. I think the whole thing is just clunky. I think if you're going to establish a rule about a heart and a brain and just kind of, it just feels like they weren't thinking about that. Like, I don't think the writers were thinking about it that way. I think they were just like, oh, okay, our ending is he turned into SpongeBob. Let's have him just turn into Patrick for like one last little haha. And that's what that communicates to me that the writers were doing. And that's kind of the issue I have with it. But I do get this perspective. And respect that they brought up inner machinations of his mind from Secret Box as a way to make their argument. Much respect to. So, respect to this opinion, but it doesn't. The ending of it always bugs me that way. As someone who was a kid when the show first aired and didn't know about Kubrick or his atmosphere or storytelling bit, SB129 was a trip. Oh yeah, it was like Space Odyssey kind of stuff. It's funny how Spongehenge lacked so little of a moral lesson. Fans went ahead and made a whole theory that it's meant to be some kind of poetic representation of Nickelodeon ruin the SpongeBob legacy. I think human fans talked about it long before the AI channel, but Critter, oh yeah. So they're referring to Sponge Truths with their Spongehenge video, which is one of their most Sponge Truths is a AI SpongeBob channel that stole actually from me, because it steals from everyone because AI is incapable of creating something on its own. It just steals from others. So he's talking about how some kind of poetic representation of Nickelodeon ruining SpongeBob's legacy. I think human fans would have had to have talked about it before Sponge Truth stole it. That is true. I don't know if that's entirely true. I mean, it must be true. I mean, you could be like AI come up with a theory and it would just give you a bad theory. Like, I think that is possible, even if not a lot of people talked about it. Oh yeah, shout out to Ave too. I kind of have to shout him out because he is the one who pointed out that Spongehenge video. So the only reason I'm even aware of it, and probably the only reason this person is aware of it, is because of Ave. I got to give him credit for tearing down Sponge Truths, for introducing me to Sponge Truths when I found out that they stole my video. So thank you for that. But yeah, I never really thought of Spongehenge that way, that it's like a poetic representation of Nickelodeon ruining the SpongeBob legacy. No way. No way the writers are like, yeah, we're so sick of our job that we're going to write an episode that's about like destroying the thing that is our livelihood. That's not how professional writers think when it's their job. They don't want the show to end. Like, trust me, people who work on SpongeBob, the last thing that they want is for SpongeBob to end. It's their job. It's probably one of the most stable jobs in show business. A SpongeBob writer. Can you imagine, as someone who like has a writing degree, the level of job security that being a SpongeBob writer would be? There's no way that they'd be like, yeah, let's write episodes about how much we want the show to end. Why? So they can hope that they get another writing job. You know, most shows get canceled after like 2 seasons. SpongeBob is job security if you are a writer on that show. You know, and, you know, I get the other side of it. If you're like a passionate writer and you're writing SpongeBob and they're not letting you make good episodes, that might hurt a bit. That's certainly, I would definitely feel a little bit that way if I were a SpongeBob writer. I'd probably have to work with it. You know, I don't think if like they hired me as a SpongeBob writer, I'd go in and like fix the show. That's not how it works. Like, that just is not. I would be delusional to think that. I'd get fired. I'd get fired. So so I wouldn't act like that if I went on the show. I would know how to work with the other writers. I try to do my best to make the episodes as good as possible because that's your job. But yeah, I don't believe that. I believe that Spongehenge is just a very surreal episode idea that the writers just weren't given enough time to properly give it a deep story, and they had to get the episode out there. I tried looking it up. Is it pronounced Ave or is it said like ah? It's Ave. He said I pronounced it wrong when I credited him in my AI video, where I talked about my problems with SpongeBob AI channels, and I had to credit him because he's the one who introduced me to the concept of AI SpongeBob channels. So I had to shout him out. It was the right thing to do as a YouTuber. You want to cite your sources and stuff, or just talk about people who gave you ideas. It is Ave, like V. I said Awe because I know it's not aw. I knew it wasn't aw, so I said it's Ave is the pronunciation of the thing. He said it in one of his videos recently. Spongehenge always seemed to me like the ending was thematically about the impermanence of our lives and how living in fear prevents you from actually living. That would be cool. I don't think it communicates that though. Binary Bottom made me realize what I enjoy about quote-unquote what-if episodes, like the one from Powerpuff Girls where the girls were teenagers and such. There was a lead into why we were being shown this, but with Binary Bottom, it was kind of just like, haha, what if everyone was robots, but that's it. It feels more like a fan fiction AU plot than the plot of an episode of a TV show. Yep. Totally agree. This is referring to how I said that Binary Bottom was basically just an episode where it's like, what if SpongeBob was a robot? Like, it literally shows him, like, waking up and, like, eating cereal, but as a robot. It's like, that's not a story. It's not a story. Spongehenge, I think, would have made for a great SpongeBob finale, especially with its far future ending. I really don't agree. I don't think that... I think even like a better version of Spongehenge, like not even just that Spongehenge isn't like the greatest episode, like even if a really well written Spongehenge was the finale, I don't think that would have been a good finale at all. Like, because Spongehenge, the essence of Spongehenge is just its twist, the fact that SpongeBob makes all these things and they're remembered all these years in the future, and it becomes like Stonehenge. I don't think that's like an ending of the show. Like, I think an ending of the show would be like SpongeBob resigns from the Krusty Krab and starts his own restaurant, or SpongeBob takes over the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob gets his driver's license, like, or basically the ending of the first movie is SpongeBob becomes the manager of the Krusty Krab too. That would be an ending, you know. Obviously, I don't think the show should have ended at the first movie. I don't think that at all. I'm glad the show kept going on. What if tropes are always hard to pull off for inexperienced writers because it's so easy to get caught up in your ideas and lose the story? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is this long? No. Okay, I'll read that one. One thing I don't understand about modern SpongeBob is why a lot of episodes are just filler. SB129 is such a fun episode. It's jam-packed with interesting moments, and the story is so well told. The episode feels way longer than 11 minutes because it's so engaging. You find yourself enjoying every second of it. It just goes to show how powerful a well-written story truly is. I talked about this in my Dying for Pie video and my Wet Painters video about how classic SpongeBob does not waste a second of its 11 minutes. And SB129 is another example of that, for sure. For sure. It would be cool if Squidward went to the future where he is appreciated for his music. Yeah, there's so there's a plot point in PL1413 where Squidward's music is considered high art, but it wasn't considered high art until after Squidward died. And I said, oh, I already replied to this one. There's a Doctor Who episode where there's something like that, the House of Van Gogh. Oh, that episode is so tragic. That is such a good Doctor Who episode where they go in the past and they break the rule of time travel and they show Van Gogh, the Van Gogh Museum. And it wasn't enough to help his depression because it wasn't about that his paintings weren't recognized. His mental health problems were deeper than that. And the doctor thought that just showing him his paintings would be enough to prevent what happened to Van Gogh. And it wasn't. Such a good episode. I haven't seen that episode in years. Maybe I'm not fully remembering every part of it, though. You changed the thumbnail. I think now's a good time to discuss this. Okay, so I usually get a comment like this every so often with change the thumbnail. So I actually, you might be curious about this. If you're someone who watches my videos like in the first day or so, you might notice that the thumbnails change. You might notice this with a lot of your favorite YouTubers recently, of which I hope I am one of, that the thumbnails are changing in the first couple of days. Now, this actually isn't the YouTuber actively choosing to change their thumbnail. That's actually not what's happening. What happens is there's something called a thumbnail test where you can go in and you can choose up to 3 thumbnails, and YouTube will actually give it like equally to your audience, and it will track which thumbnails do better than others. This is how I know that certain kinds of thumbnails do better than others. So if you say that my thumbnails are like repetitive or they're sensationalist, it's because I actually curated which ones work well, and I have a very good piece of evidence for this. Well, the first thing I'd actually like to talk about is this was actually a comment from last week's video and last week's stream where I went over the comments. And this particular commenter actually commented on the video of my comments, and this commenter was actually disappointed that I didn't include their comment. And this person's actually a pretty loyal commenter. I see them in my comment section a lot. So I wanted to actually shout out their comment. So if you're watching this, Meta5272, I remembered you. I remembered your comment. I want to go over it. And thanks for being a loyal commenter on the channel. Anyway, so this person, as well as this person on this video, asked the question, is there a reason you keep changing the thumbnail back and forth between Bubbletown and Bubble Buddy Returns? So it was Bubble Buddy video, and I had this thumbnail, and I had this thumbnail. This didn't work, and this works, this doesn't. You will notice that most of my videos are a variation of one of these kinds of thumbnails. And there's a reason for that I'm going to get to. So these thumbnails were actually very close together. Like, I want to say this was 49% and this was 51%. Like, it almost didn't matter which one I picked because these thumbnails worked. They were so close together that they basically got the same amount of clicks. They almost didn't matter. I ended up going with this one mostly because I have more videos that have the standard this didn't work. So I just want fewer of my videos to be the same kind of thumbnail. So let's take a look at this video's thumbnail test, which I have right here. I screenshotted it. So this is the thumbnail test for the video that we're talking about right now, the science fiction one. So as you can see, like the Bubble Buddy one, I had a this works, this doesn't, and a this didn't work. I usually have a variation of either one. Sometimes I can't do these because if I'm doing a video where I criticize one episode, I can't really do this works, this doesn't if I'm just like Laundro Madness. was basically, I did compare it to older episodes, but I could really only talk about one episode in that one, so I couldn't do this works, this doesn't. But usually I do a this works, this doesn't. I tried, this didn't work. But I'm allowed to test 3 thumbnails. So here's the standard: this works, this doesn't. This didn't work. As you can see, this works, this doesn't actually did a fair bit better than just standard this didn't work. It was probably because the visuals on, as you can see, the let's zoom in. As you can see, it's a little blurry, but I did the screenshot of binary bottom. It's a little messy. The colors are kind of off. It's hard to kind of see the characters with all the stuff going on in the background. I can kind of see why this one's a little less eye-catching than like the likes of that, you know, as far as this didn't work thumbnails go. So I don't think it's a be-all, end-all. This works, this doesn't does not always do better than this didn't work. Sometimes this didn't work better. It really depends on the video. But the thumbnail that I would like to discuss the most is this one. Oh, by the way, I tested titles too. So the titles also changed, not the thumbnail. See how this one says Modern SpongeBob forgot how to write science fiction? And this one says Modern SpongeBob doesn't understand science fiction. I was just kind of trying different ways of wording it. And the reason that this one is forgot how is because I'm directly comparing it, whereas doesn't understand, this one is just looks like it's criticizing only a modern episode, so doesn't understand. Forgot how to would still have worked. Like either title would have worked. These could have been interchangeable. But this one is, I think, the most interesting test that I did this week. And it's this thumbnail, which I'm very proud of, this thumbnail. It's a very pretty one. I actually wish I could show the full one, but as you can kind of see, it's a little blurry. So it says sci-fi sponge, and I have a little box of all because I covered 8 episodes. So this is 6 out of the 8 episodes. So I had a little screenshot of all the interesting parts of each episode, and I called it, and I just put sci-fi sponge, and I put how SpongeBob writes science fiction episodes. So a lot of people complain, all of my stuff is, oh, Modern SpongeBob forgot, Modern SpongeBob doesn't understand, this didn't work, this didn't work. Well, here's an academic thumbnail, Sci-Fi Sponge, showing you the episodes I'm talking about, how SpongeBob writes science fiction episodes. Very academic, 22% watch time share, as opposed to 40% watch time share, 36% watch time share. This this is a catastrophic difference compared to this. If I went, you know what? I like this thumbnail the most, which I do, by the way. I like this thumbnail the most personally. But if I did this thumbnail, if I said I want to do this thumbnail, I would get 20%. It's really hard to do the exact math. I would get fewer views on the video. I just would. It would just be less successful. And some of you who may have watched the video and may have enjoyed it might not have even been recommended it. Like maybe you're thinking like, oh, okay, well, like I'm a fan of yours. I'm going to watch your video anyway. You have to actually get recommended it in order to see it. You wouldn't know that I exist. It's not about, oh, like, yeah, with this, you're going to get the people who, you know, they want the rage bait. They want this. And you do. But you need some of those people in your audience to get that, you know. And I don't think that this compromises any of, like, my principles or anything. This isn't a bad thumbnail or anything. It's just playing the game. So, yeah, I just thought that would be interesting. We could talk a little bit. Here's some other comparable thumbnail tests. This is from my bully video. As you can see, bad lesson, good lesson, very similar to this works, this doesn't. This didn't work. And then bad lesson was a little more of a experimental one. Again, the experimental one did the worst. And then how comedy can hide a bad message. How comedy can hide a bad message. This is a little more of an academic title. And it did a little bit better, 33.8 compared to 35.2. Not as bad. But the one that said modern SpongeBob taught this lesson better, bad lesson, good lesson, these things are what did it, you know. Here's the last one I'll show. SpongeBob and Patrick timeline twist up. This one I was very safe. I just went insulting. They all are insulting. I didn't even try another one. I knew what kind of this one was going to do, and this one was just better by a small percentage. This is one of my most popular recent videos, by the way. This was, and I get why the one that did the best was the one that was modern SpongeBob meeting classic SpongeBob. It's just something that was strong. Let me see some. Also, the how to write is so OP for a title too. How to write, those have I've had mixed on those. How to write did great on my Dying for Pi video. That's like the only video that it did well. Rewriting did fine. I know what you're talking about, those thumbnails. If you know, you know. I had the sci-fi sponge thumbnail the first time I saw the vid. When I saw it got replaced, I really thought, dang, he made it more modern, hating for views. Shame. This explains it better. Yeah, thank you for hearing it out. And I know a lot of people aren't going to know that. Like, how many people are actually going to watch this video, this segment, and get that explanation? But it's just, the numbers don't lie, you know? Like, you gotta, you know. And again, like, there is a limit to that, you know? I'm not going to clickbait you. I'm not going to be insincere. I'm not, like, there are things that I will not sacrifice. I would rather get less views than be sponge truths and use AI and put 3 garbage videos out a week because they get more views. Like, I won't do that to you. I would not feel like, because I do this because this is what I feel fulfilled doing. I love making videos. I love talking about the arts. Like, it's something I'm very passionate about, for sure. The thing with the sci-fi sponge thumbnail is that it just doesn't show well on a small screen, and clearly the title being less sensational hurts it too. Yeah, it probably doesn't. Like, on a phone screen, I could totally get that. That is something else I consider too. That is true. Like, maybe it would have done better if it was 3 segments instead of 6. So maybe in a future video that's similar to this one, I'll try something like that, but with 3 segments, and let's see if it's different. I definitely think the sci-fi sponge thumbnail is my favorite. It's a shame people usually go for more comparison. Yeah, negative. Yeah, I know. Got to play the game. I'm guessing as the thumbnails get more complicated, less people watch it because it requires more attention and is less visual, even though it's probably better. Yeah, what I have done is I have just accepted that this is what the thumbnails are. I've made my peace with it. I have made my peace with my thumbnails. I have. They're this. These are my thumbnails. And that's okay. Because you know why? Because my videos are exactly what I want them to be. So that makes me happy. I have not had to compromise on my videos 1 iota. But yeah. I really like the Was I Wrong About Modern SpongeBob thumbnail. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like that one. I'm glad you like that one. Anyway, let's go back to comments. Modern SpongeBob forgot how to write. Not really. There are some good episodes. I can't say they forgot how to write entirely. But I see why this person would think that, because most modern SpongeBob episodes that get talked about are the bad ones because of negativity. In fact, I went out of my way to do a video that talked about modern SpongeBob episodes I liked, and it did, I mean, you know, I think that got like 12,000 views or something, 13,000 views. I mean, I shouldn't complain. Like, I'm very blessed as a YouTuber, you know, like, but that is lower than my average. If you look at the average of the channel, if you look at the well-performing videos, the negative modern SpongeBob ones are the most. So this person probably just thinks that modern SpongeBob is all of the bad episodes, because that's not just me. That's every YouTuber that covers the show. Patron is from the Patrick Star Show too. The Patron from Binary Bottom. Interesting. I should watch more. I watched my first episode of the Patrick Star Show recently, actually. So I might get into it. I might cover it a little more. What is the name of the song you used for SB129? Lava Fields from Super Sponge GBA. I love using the GBA music in my videos. Let me just see some other ones. Oh, this is someone talking about the inside job again. Well, if you know so much about writing SpongeBob episodes, you should try to become a writer there. I would take that job in a second. If they were actually like, and by the way, I would not fix the show. If tomorrow I got a call from Paramount and was like, hey, we want you to be a SpongeBob writer. First of all, I would take it in a second. I'd be like, when you want me to start? I would be there immediately. I would not fix the show. I would try my best. I mean, if they made me the showrunner, you know, and even then, because you have to deal with the executives. There's so much more that is wrong with the show than just some writers don't fully know what they're doing. And I'm sure plenty of them are. And I bet if I was a writer on the show, I think I would. I think I'd be able to improve it. I have a master's degree in creative writing. Like, I'm not blowing smoke. Like, I do know how to write shows. I do think that I would be able to work within that. I don't think they should put me in charge of the show. But if they gave me like an assistant job or something like that, I would in a second, I would work for the show. I would work for the show. Imagine on my resume. Oh my goodness. If anyone from Paramount is watching, I would take the job. And I would be nice, by the way. I'm very critical in my videos, all right? It's my job to be critical in the videos. I would be so polite in the workplace. I would not be like this. I would not be like a cartoon reviewer in the workplace if it was my coworker who was writing it. I mean, if it were my place to criticize the story, if it were my place to give notes, I would give them. If they wanted my opinion, I would give my opinion, but I'm not going to be out of line. While a lot of these are fantastic analysis videos for the series and how to craft meaningful entertainment, the SpongeBob crew doesn't give a damn about the writing and storytelling anymore, and make that blatantly obvious. It's just a 9 to 5 thing for the team to get something animated for Nick for its zombie series. I think that's a very reductive way to look at the problem. I really think that's not entirely true. I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. I think there is an element of what you're talking about here, but I can't imagine that these people whose job it is to write the show are like cynical about it. In fact, I think that they're probably all very grateful to have consistent work, first of all. And I think they do try their best. If I had to guess why some modern SpongeBob episodes aren't good, it's a combination of maybe there are some writers on it that just don't have the knowledge. They don't have that deep storytelling bones, the stuff that I talk about with like lessons and structure and pacing, and this moment should happen here and this. I think there are probably people on the writing staff that don't constantly think about those things. They might be aware of them. They're definitely all experienced writers. You have to be a very experienced writer to work on the show. There's no way that they're just pulling people off the street. So I do think that there are some people who do lack some skills. But I think the biggest problem is probably the time. Like, even this person says it's a 9 to 5 thing. I bet that's what it is. It's a 9 to 5 thing. If you work for SpongeBob, you're in the writers union. You're in the WGA. If you're in the writers union, I think you're in the WGA. I actually wouldn't say that for sure, but most likely it's a network show. I would think you're in the WGA. Writers Guild of America, the Writers Union. And if you're in the WGA, you are on the clock. When you're writing the show, you're on the clock. You're getting paid your rate or your salary or anything like that. And you're writing collaboratively. The people who write SpongeBob episodes, they don't go home to their apartments or their houses and sit and write the episode. That's not how it works. They write it in the room together. You don't write it by yourself and bring it in. That would be a complete destruction of the actual thing. Maybe they put together the episode and the main writer goes in and writes the script. It depends on the actual writing staff. There's so many different ways it could be done. And I don't know the exact process, but these things are, and I think that the main thing that's going on is that the writers, they just aren't going to put them on the clock for that long for them to come up with a deep story for an episode like PL 1413. And sometimes with the amount of time they give them, they can make an episode like Pardon My Wand or SpongeBob Trash Pants, 2 modern episodes that had great stories. Or maybe sometimes it's like, okay, like Pigskin Pearl. Pigskin Pearl had a good story. Maybe the network was like, okay, like that's our special. That's a 22-minute episode. It's going to be the last episode of the show for a while. We're going to be on hiatus for a little bit until the show comes back. Let's have them put more hours on it. Let's make sure there's a story in this one. But then an episode like Curse of the Weredoodle, they're like, who cares? Like, just make it the Weredoodle, do whatever, let's not give them the hours to actually make it a story. And because people are going to watch it anyway, because it's just a regular 11-minute episode. It's in the middle of the season and people are going to watch it anyway because it has Doodle Bob in it. And by the way, I don't know that for sure. That's just my guess in how these things work, that there's some version of that going on, and that's what's actually happening. I don't even think your level of intellect is warranted for corporate slapjacks and for the episodes made from about season 10 for now. Well, I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate the compliment. I mean, judging by someone who understands YouTube numbers, my time in trying to become a YouTuber and trying to move up and get more subscribers and become bigger, my time is best spent talking about SpongeBob episodes for my career. So I appreciate your concern for me and like that, like my intellect and where I should use it. I appreciate that. I believe that my time is best spent making these videos because it is the thing that is bearing the most fruit in my career. And also, I don't make these videos to try and change the show. I mean, like, cool, that'd be great if someone from Paramount watched my videos and are like, oh, that's what we're doing wrong. Like, sure. I don't think they are. That doesn't sound realistic. But my videos are about teaching consumers what kind of writing and what kind of narratives they should look for, and is about teaching writers how they can become aspiring writers. Those are the two groups that my videos are for. Consumers who want to watch better media and want to know what to look for, and writers who want to create better media. Those are the two most important groups of people to me. Those are the two most important groups of people that I care about, that I want to serve as a creator. And I feel that I am doing that best by making these videos about modern SpongeBob that get a lot of attention and get a lot of views. SpongeBob Trash Pants is probably one of the funniest modern SpongeBob episodes. It's my favorite of season 16, for sure. Oh, yeah, fun fact, missing sea star limbs can grow new bodies. So this is someone just saying that in Fun Size Friends, it actually is realistic that I was saying that it might have been stretching the laws of nature, that, like, even though starfish can regenerate, can they create a new body? And I said it didn't matter, by the way. If that wasn't true in biology, if biologically a sea star limb couldn't grow a whole new sea star, that wouldn't matter. The story would still be fine either way. But it's a nice fun fact that they actually can do it. Another great theme they could have done with Binary Bottom is to tackle the repetition of SpongeBob. You could see it with Mr. Krabs' bot having a little path on the floor that he slides along. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Here the robots go, doing their normal tasks, repeating the same jokes, going around the same circles. How one could go about the ending, the theme is more dependent on your level of optimism and philosophy. I would want SpongeBob to break free, pushing his limits and finding what made SpongeBob such an enjoyable show. But the premise is prime for meta commentary on the sterilization of repetitive of a cartoon contains that loop. I totally agree. I totally agree with that. I guess I can read this one. This person comments a lot. And this person sometimes in the chat. FNAF on Fire 3704, very dedicated commenter with a troll face on Mario profile picture. That's a throwback, the troll face. Auditech 950, I commented on that, then I missed my comment. Are you still gonna? Oh, I did. I recognize your profile picture. I did go over your comment. Check, because I post this video to Fanelli Clips. It should be up on there on usually Tuesday, so it should be up in 2 days. So go, it's linked in the description. Go subscribe to Fanelli Clips. You'll be able to see this segment posted as an edited video. I cut out like ums and ers and stuff that isn't as interesting. So go subscribe to that and you'll be able to see the full video. Your comment will be featured because I did discuss your comment. Incredible profile picture, troll face Mario. I'm sure me and this guy are similar ages. I'm sure this guy's like the same age as me, because this troll face was when like I was in like high school. So great video. There is one giant figure 8 in the room that needs to be brought up. Season 8, the most underrated season of SpongeBob, is filled to the brim with the most sci-fi episodes in the series, and they're all underrated bangers. I'd massively recommend checking them out. Frozen Face Off, Mooncation, Mermaid Man Begins, Plankton's Good Eye, Barnacle Face, House Sitting for Scandy, Bubble Troubles, Krabby Patty That Ate Bikini Bottom, Fiasco, Planet of the Jellyfish, Karen 2.0, Face Freeze, and It's a SpongeBob Christmas. Why don't I go through my opinions on all these? Frozen Face Off was a little weak. I wasn't a big fan. I thought it was very concept first. Frozen Face Off. I felt it was a little weak in the story. Mooncation, haven't seen. Mermaid Man Begins. Saw when I was a lot younger. Haven't seen it in a long time. I guess I thought positively of it. Plankton's Good Eye. Have heard good things about. I think I probably saw it when I was younger. Barnacle Face. No idea. Never seen it. House Sitting for Sandy. Haven't seen it. Bubble Troubles. Haven't seen it. Krabby Patty That Ate Bikini Bottom. Recently saw. Had a lesson. Had a story. Fiasco. Haven't seen it. Planet of the Jellyfish. A long time ago. Karen 2.0. A long time ago. Face Freeze. I don't think I've seen it or haven't seen it in a long time. It's a SpongeBob Christmas. I don't really. So a lot of these examples, I don't think I like. I either haven't seen them or I don't fully agree. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm glad this person enjoys these sci-fi episodes. They all dabble in sci-fi, and most of them have really good stories. Frozen Face Off, Karen 2.0, Plankton's Good Eye, Planet, blah, 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 have really engaging plots on top of their sci-fi elements. I do like Krabby Patty That Ate Bikini Bottom. You even saw It's a SpongeBob Christmas and enjoyed that. Wait. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so wrong. It's a SpongeBob Christmas is... I mixed it up. It's a SpongeBob Christmas is the stop motion one. I was thinking of SpongeBob's Road to Christmas. So It's a SpongeBob Christmas, I do agree, is a good episode. I'm glad they pointed that out. You even saw It's a SpongeBob Christmas and enjoyed that. Season 8 and 9 are real improvements over the previous and subsequent season. Season 9 It Came from Goo Goo, and Seance Schmeance is great sci-fi episodes. Seance Schmeance, seances are more fantasy than sci-fi. I don't know this episode, but a seance is not a sci-fi concept. A seance is a fantasy concept because it's magic and ghosts. But it's kind of a bit of an overlap there. Fantasy and sci-fi are similar in that they use larger than life concepts to tell their stories, but there are some differences. Oh, you weren't making a joke? This is the person who said that I came up with the idea first and then had the idea first and concept second. Oh, you weren't making a joke? I thought it was a joke. Yeah, no, I didn't mean come up with the concept first and write the story. You can come up with the concept first or the story first. That's fine. When I say story first, I mean the focus of the story has to come first, in more of a metaphysical sense. See some other ones. Disappointed you didn't include Back to the Past. That's when Man Ray goes back in time. That one just missed the list. Sorry to disappoint you. Yep, that's the one. And no worries. Your analysis are always super interesting regardless. Oh, thank you, guy. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'll give him a... why, thank you. I'll keep the episode in mind in case I can discuss in a future video. Yeah, I'll think about that episode too. If I do like a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy video or one about just villains in general. If I were to theorize, it might be part of his regeneration. Also, to answer your question about cloning, they sort of can do that as how they reproduce. How they reproduce, I guess that's sponges, right? Do starfish reproduce like that? Or do starfish... I don't know how starfish reproduce. I think sponges are like that, yeah. Oh, but why should there be an explanation? What purpose could that serve in enhancing the story? So this is actually, I guess, a mistake on my part. This is there was a part where I talked about Spongehenge and I said, there's no explanation for the winds. They're just kind of there. And I think because I had a generally negative perception of Spongehenge and because of the tone in which I said that, I think this person thinks that was a criticism. It wasn't, and I get why they thought that, like thinking back on it. I didn't intend it as a criticism. I think the fact that the winds aren't explained adds to the eerie nature of the episode, so I don't think that's a criticism, but this person thought that it was. So I actually did say I was praising the episode for its eeriness. I don't think the winds need an explanation, but unfortunate that just sometimes that happens where it's hard to communicate. Communication is very difficult. I try to be very precise in the way I communicate, and it's not always perfect. Even I make mistakes on it. If Spongehenge wasn't so focused on bleakness, it wouldn't be Spongehenge. So this person liked it. It still could have had better jokes and struck a balance like how SB129 did. I see what you mean, but I think at that point it would lose what makes Spongehenge special. SB129 feels like a completely different kind of episode. So I'm glad this person enjoyed it. I do agree. Spongehenge does have a good sense of bleakness, for sure. For sure. I thought the concept of a supervillain is a superhero trope, not a sci-fi trope. So I referred to Man Ray and the concept of a supervillain as sci-fi. Superhero and science fiction have a lot of overlap. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy fit the definition of science fiction-based superheroes. Yeah, I don't know if I would say specifically that superheroes are always science fiction, because you think of like Thor. Thor is more of a fantasy superhero, but he's still a superhero. Or like Batman and the Joker, neither of them have superpowers. So that technically wouldn't even be science fiction, because there's no, I mean, I guess, is Batman always science fiction because Batman has like the suit and just the way that he is? Or is Batman just like regular action, like James Bond? Like, is Batman even science fiction? I know Batman's science fiction if he's fighting a villain who has powers, you know, or even like, like Dr. Freeze or whatever. You know, like that would be a science fiction because Dr. Freeze is clearly a science fiction villain. Batman has sci-fi elements. Yeah, it has sci-fi elements, but like what I mean is there could probably be a version of Batman. Like if you had a Batman movie and it was just Batman versus the Joker, like that alone doesn't have to be sci-fi, because there could be, all of that could just exist within current technological reality. But I guess Batman, like Batmobile, Batarang, like all that stuff, that's very sci-fi, at least sci-fi feeling. But I would say superhero movies, most superhero movies are science fiction. That is a fact, So the concept of the supervillain is inherently sci-fi, but I suppose wouldn't have to be sci-fi. But also, to put it another way too, Man Ray is a sci-fi supervillain, like absolutely. Man Ray as the glove and that is a sci-fi episode. The things that happen, the tickle belt, him being frozen, that's all science fiction. So it is objectively a science fiction episode. But I do appreciate the comment for the broader discussion of superhero. Batman isn't always sci-fi. Originally, he was really just a detective in a bat costume. The Batman is a good example of non-sci-fi Batman. Yeah, exactly. Like, Batman inherently does not have to be sci-fi. I know he usually is. Like, Batman, it's DC, especially if he crosses over Justice League, and the Batmobile feels pretty Batman. But yeah, Batman is a detective. That's like the main thing that Batman is. So he doesn't have to inherently be a science fiction. Yeah, it could be just action or mystery. I guess it's mystery because Batman's a detective. I also think there are points where Joker's backstory crossover is sci-fi. Yeah, want to know I got these scars? That whole thing? Yeah, that's for sure. Pretty sure. I saw you read my comment a bit ago. I did notice that Sans Schmans isn't a sci-fi episode. It's more underrated. An actual season 9 episode would be Copy Bob Ditto Pants. Interesting. Yeah. I understand, because fantasy and sci-fi, a lot of overlap. And sometimes they go together. I just said like Thor, like the Avengers is Iron Man is science fiction. Thor is fantasy. They're in the same movie and it's fine. Like there are times where you don't want to cross genres. I talked about this when I talked about SpongeBob versus the Big One, having the Flying Dutchman in it, and they just did not work together. So there's plenty of overlap, but yeah, there is a bit of a difference. The difference is just a little more that science fiction may be a thing that like can't exist, or like doesn't exist. Like if you have like a wormhole is science fiction. Our understanding of science doesn't allow for wormholes. We don't know if they are, but there's like an explanation within science for a wormhole in the movie. It might not be correct with real world science. It probably isn't, but fantasy doesn't try to explain it. They say it's magic. It exists outside of the natural. Ghosts, gods, magic wands, these things are not science fiction. They're fantasy because they don't have a scientific explanation for them. And there's important distinction there because you have to follow different rules depending on if it's science fiction or fantasy. But they both accomplish the same thing, using a larger-than-life concept to tell a story. I'm calling it season 16 is going to bring back the Alaskan Ballroom. They already have. It's like Sandy's Pet. It's like Sandy's Pet. I think Magic Conch. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to do a Magic Conch remake. I think that one's coming. A bunch of people said that on my Magic Conch episode, my Magic Conch video. People said, I keep calling my videos episodes. Oh, hey, this person's in the chat. And I replied to you. So, hello. Hello to your comment and hello to the chat. I'm glad. Oh, no, we got a nervous face. Oh, don't worry. No, don't worry. Don't worry. You don't want to be on the spot? Oh, that's me. Yeah, it's you. You said, this video kind of makes me realize I really hate the belief that seemingly every episode needs a character arc and a lesson learned. Ooh. You have a very contrarian opinion to the channel. Very contrarian. Why do you feel that way? So I did respond to you and you did reply back. So I'm actually glad that I replied to you first before we got to this, because I'm glad I got your elaboration. Because I wanted to elaborate, because I am very tough on this take, just so you know. This is actually, like, this attitude, my entire channel, the main thing that I do is debunk kind of this. Not exactly this, because I can tell by your rebuttal. I don't know. It just feels annoying to me since a lot of things can be great with no arc or lesson, although the want for one isn't invalid. Okay, so like your reasoning for wanting that is flawed. I will say it's flawed, but it's not like there are people who want things to not have like character arcs in a way that I think is like almost nefarious, and I wouldn't say that about you. Like I think that there are people who genuinely like they want things to not have stories and lessons because they believe bad things. And if movies and TV shows have deep stories and lessons, the bad things that they believe in will be fought against. I don't think that's you at all. Just saying. But that is one reason that people believe in it. And the reason that I believe the opposite, that I believe that every episode needs a character arc and a lesson learned, more so like that it needs to have a theme. Actually, well, I'll get to character arc in a second. But it seems that what you are bothered about is that you think it feels annoying to me, since a lot of things can be great with no arc or lesson. Okay. So I'll address this first. I'll address the easiest. There's a very easy debunk to this argument, and I hope you'll agree with me. Let me know if you do. The things that I am saying about having a lesson, I'm just gonna say lesson, not arc, because the story. I'll get to arc in a second, but a lesson or themes. Themes is another one important. I believe that every piece of narrative media, movies, books, TV shows, anything that is a narrative story, stories by the campfire, everything that is that should have themes and should have lessons. Yeah, I also could have worded better. It's okay. It's totally okay. Look, you're not a professional debater. It's totally okay. That's why I'm talking to you in a very, I'm talking to you on a different way. Like if someone typed up like an essay, like a specifically worded thing, I get you're in a comment section. Like you don't need to write a senior thesis paper. It's fine. It's totally okay. And it's okay. You expressed your thing well. And I'm glad that you're able to do the conversation. So having themes and lessons will never make a narrative worse. No movie, TV show, book, or story of any kind has ever in history been worse because it doesn't have a lesson or a theme. It's never happened. So that is not at risk. So all I'm saying is that we should have both. So I think what you're saying is that things can be great with no arc or lesson. So what you're saying is that what I think you're saying with this is that there are modern SpongeBob episodes that you enjoy. right? Like like let's say I don't know if you did for sure, but let's just say hypothetically, and you can tell me if you did or you didn't. You liked Welcome to Binary Bottom. You enjoyed Welcome to Binary Bottom. You watched it the first time, you enjoyed it. You maybe even revisited it every so often. Maybe you rewatched the show. You watched Welcome to Binary Bottom. You got enjoyment out of that. That is fine. That is so okay that you got enjoyment out of Welcome to Binary Bottom, because there are things to enjoy about it. It's well animated. It's funny. The voice actors give good performances. That's totally fine. That's fine. Oh, you didn't like that one? Oh, that's funny. Okay, so you didn't actually like it. So for the record, this person did not like Welcome to Binary Bottom. But let's just say a hypothetical. There probably is an episode like that or a movie like that that you feel that way. So there are two main reasons that I kind of, as someone else saying, I kind of enjoy Binary Bottom, and that's fine. I just said all of the reasons why you could enjoy Binary Bottom. It doesn't reflect badly on you to enjoy any episode of SpongeBob. There is not a single episode of SpongeBob that has ever been made that reflects badly on you as a person to enjoy. Never. It doesn't reflect badly on your intellect. It doesn't reflect badly on you morally, which obviously not. But there is I would never want someone to feel ashamed for liking a SpongeBob episode. Any single one. Yeah, it's exactly what this person said. A different person, not the person I'm responding to in the comment, said, I kind of enjoyed Binary Bottom. It still sucks it doesn't have an actual story, though. That's so great. We're on the same page here, guys. We're on the same page. Like, we think the same things. I'm just a YouTuber. You know, I have to be strong in my opinions in the way that I present them. But we're thinking the same thing, guys. We want them to have better stories. And there's two reasons that every piece of narrative media should be expected to have better stories. And by the way, I'm saying this because if everyone, and obviously it would never be everyone, but if ideally everyone, more realistically, more people expected better out of their narrative media, we would have better narrative media. They would do this. If it was expected that, oh man, we better have a lesson and a theme in our episode, or we are not going to do well, everyone would put it in. All of these professional writers would do it. The network would go out of their way to pay the writers more time. They would give them more hours to write better episodes, and then every episode of a season, or at least 9 out of 10 episodes of a season, would be good. And that'd be great. We'd get better products, and the writers would get paid more. That's awesome. I love that outcome. So there's two reasons that you should want that. Two reasons. The first is it's more entertaining. It is more entertaining. It is more entertaining. We all know that. It's more focused. You're going to have better jokes. The performances are going to shine more. All of the things that you like about any episode of SpongeBob is enhanced when it has stories and lessons. That's the secret formula. Hey, that's the secret formula, but we get to know it. We get to know the secret formula of writing, unlike Plankton, who doesn't get to know the secret formula of Krabby Patties. And the second reason is a more philosophical reason. It's because the social function of the arts is to broaden people's perspectives, is to make us think about things, to and even like things we disagree with. Like, even if a show, the lesson of an episode has a perspective that you disagree with, at least it challenges you to think about it. But most of the time, any movie and TV show, at least any prolific one, is going to have a pretty agreeable message. Usually it's be good to one another, be respectful of one another. I mean, for some reason today, those are, I guess, controversial. The idea of equality is, I suppose, controversial for some reason. But any movie and TV show is pro-equality. That's all it leads into. And when you actually discuss these things, just discussion, good faith discussion. There is such a thing as bad faith discussion. But movies and TV shows, narrative media, is almost always good faith discussion because of the nature of it. It has to be authentic. And this leads to enough good faith discussion, that we lead ourselves into a more thoughtful and more empathetic population. We are already in a better place because of the arts, because of Shakespeare, because of Greek plays, and more modern examples because of SpongeBob. How many of us, we were kids when we watched SpongeBob. You learned so much from SpongeBob, from those classic episodes. Fools in April, teaching you how to play respectful pranks on people. Don't be like Squidward. It teaches you how to take joy in your life. Like, the things that SpongeBob does for people is not just about making them laugh. I mean, making them laugh gets them to watch it, but the message is always there. So when you argue against the idea that every narrative should be expected to have that, on the grounds that it's a little annoying, you are arguing against that. You don't know that you are, and you don't know that you are, and I think the reason that you find it annoying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just because, one, it maybe implies that you should feel ashamed about liking things that don't have that, which I would never want to imply, and I never want someone to feel that way, so you don't need to worry about that. And also, it's just hard to understand, and sometimes and it is, by the way, this is high academic stuff. Like, this, like, it's okay. Like, this is like, I'm educated in this subject. I have a master's degree in creative writing. So it's like this is why I know this stuff. And I want to pass on as much of that knowledge to people who may not be professional writers to have that. But yeah, just, it probably feels annoying because it's complicated. But I would encourage you, to just think on that. So I'm glad you left the comment. I'm glad you shared with me how you felt. You shared how you felt very respectfully. Some people will leave comments like this and they will be like so rude. They'll be like, it's a kid's show, bro. And I let them have it. I do. You probably seen me. I can be mean in my comment section. And I should be, by the way, to people who are bad faith. You were not bad faith, though. You were very nice. And hey, I'm so glad you're here. I kind of don't agree with the sentiment. You do agree or don't agree? Don't agree with what sentiment? Which sentiment do you not agree with? I'm going to address, I'll wait for you to formulate a response to that, but I'm going to address character arc. So every episode needs a character arc. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. So don't. All right, let me know why you don't. I want to hear your thoughts. So every episode, every narrative needs a character arc. Every narrative needs an opportunity for a character arc. So, for example, Idiot Box. In Idiot Box, Squidward's arc in Idiot Box is learning that imagination is something that is inside of you. Squidward does not do that in the episode. At the end of the episode, he thinks for a second, was it really their imagination? He's about to complete that arc. And he goes, no. He says no. And he goes, really? I'm going to start the car and it's going to be a race car. And then it does the race car sounds, but the race car sounds were real. It was a garbage truck. So Squidward didn't believe. He rejected the character arc. He refused to change, so he got punished. Now, the lesson of the narrative is the same whether or not Squidward accepted or did not accept the character arc. Whether he accepted or did not accept the change, it's still the same, because the character arc that it is telling you to believe is the same. Whether Imagination Box or whether Idiot Box ended with Squidward going, yeah, I believe in imagination now, or him rejecting imagination, getting punished for it, it actually almost doesn't matter because it's still communicating the arc. The arc is still there, but a character can reject their arc. They can be the same. They just have to get punished for it. The reason, though, that Idiot Box needed to have Squidward have I guess you could call it a reverse character arc or a rejected character arc. I called it a reverse character arc in this video, but I think rejected character arc is probably a better phrase. If Squidward was to have, Squidward needed to have a rejected character arc, one, because it's a funnier ending, and funnier endings are endings that stand out more. So the lesson is better portrayed with a rejected character arc, and the writers knew that. And another reason is because SpongeBob is an episodic show. Squidward can't fully change. It would be too much of a change for Squidward to take in one episode. Squidward does change in plenty of episodes, like the end of Fools in April, where he admits that he likes SpongeBob. But that one didn't really go too far. Anyway, so I just feel that narrative shouldn't need to have a theme or arc. I like arcs and lessons, but I don't feel every narrative needs one. Both can be super great. No, but here's the thing. So you don't lose anything. You're acting like those things are a binary, like they're mutually exclusive. They are not. They are not. And I do think every narrative needs one for the social good reason that they need one. To argue against it is to argue against the idea of a more thoughtful and empathetic population, because you're not arguing against something being more entertaining, because it's objectively true that things are more entertaining when they have themes and lessons. So the only thing that you'd be arguing against is something being having social good. You're arguing against the social good at that point. So that's why I say it needs one. If you could still get entertainment out of it, like that's fine. But I will character regression, about what I said about the character arc. Character regression is different. Squidward didn't really regress in Idiot Box. He more so didn't change. A character regression would be a character who's like, take for example Zuko in season 2 of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Zuko starts season 2 of Avatar: The Last Airbender being morally corrupted, wanting to capture the Avatar, this and that. He learns throughout it that there's more to life than that. You know, he frees Appa. He starts to think differently. And then at the end of season 2, he chooses to betray Iroh and become accepted by the Fire Nation. That is an example of a character regression. He was in a place, he went to a good place, and he went back to the bad place. Squidward never went to a good place. I guess you could kind of call it a character regression, because for a second he almost believed it, but I would say it's closer more so to a character rejection of the character arc, a character arc rejection. I'm trying to find a good name for it. As far as I remember, I think of it like a reason for scenes, and the funny is just the spice on top or something. Are you saying that all stories is a lesson and theme, but the actual stuff like the comedy and the characters and the visuals, all of that stuff is the spice that goes on top? Because if you're saying that, I 100% agree with you. That is what a thing is, but I won't put words in your mouth if that's not what you meant. Wouldn't regression be a negative character arc? Yeah, it's still an arc. Like what I'm talking about is a character refusing to change at all and being punished for it. But what it's communicating is they could have changed. So I think not every story needs a character arc. Every story needs a potential for a character arc. So like I criticize the Super Mario Brothers movie because I think that Mario doesn't have a real character arc. He gets stronger, but he doesn't become a different person. But that's not the same. It's not like he could have become a better person, but he chose not to. He was just already a good person and is the same person at the beginning of the movie than the end, which is why I criticize that as an arc. Yeah, there was almost always reason for Squidward punishments in early SpongeBob, just torture when there's a lack of reason. Yeah, I'm going to have to do like a Squidward torture video at some point. Security system takes control of Squidward's house. What if I did a video where I just talked about that video? The security system takes control of Squidward's house video. I wonder if that would do well. I like static characters. Well, there can be static characters. Every narrative has a static character of some kind. It just shouldn't be the protagonist. It could be the protagonist, but you gotta really do a lot in order to do it. That's pretty much all of them. I think we just got through all the comments here. We got any more? See if there are any new ones. Newest. No, wow. I think we looked through all the comments. Very good. Okay, I think we could switch over. Let's switch over for a bit. Do we want to switch over? I have kind of an idea. If anyone's, I have kind of an idea that I want to do. I wanted to look at, because last week we looked at Reddit, And I actually want to do a little behind the scenes with you guys. And I want to talk about myself as a YouTuber and how I have grown past couple of times. And I want to do that by looking through NewTubers, r/NewTubers, which was a sub I used to go through back when I was first starting out, that I think is a very interesting sub. What do you think about Smiling Friends? The creators have said they don't want their episodes to have a deep lesson or meaning and just want to be funny. The creators of that show said that. I've never seen Smiling Friends. I'd have to watch it and see that quote. I would have to watch the show to talk about that properly. Okay, so let's switch over. Let's switch my background. Nope, that's the Mario background. Get out of here. Get out of here, Mario background. Okay, there we go. No. There we go. Perfect. I know, I gotta watch Smiling Friends. That should probably be like one of the next shows that I cover on the channel. To kind of transition a little off of SpongeBob. But I haven't seen it yet. But it's one of the most like popular like animated shows right now, right? So we should probably do that. All right, I'm gonna switch over the title and thumbnail, and then we will go through r/NewTubers, and we'll talk a little bit about being a YouTuber and all that sort of stuff. We're gonna get a little bit behind the scenes. Does r/NewTubers give good advice? That is the question. I think my next subreddit, I do want to go through r/SpongeBob, but I talked so much about story yesterday, and stuff like that. I feel like a YouTuber one is fun. What does NewTuber mean? It means a person who is new to being a YouTuber, like they just started. So like you're just getting started. Just dropped my water bottle. I say it works for Smiling Friends. I gotta watch it. I have to watch it. I haven't seen the show. I can't speak on it. I highly doubt that it has no lesson though. Just from it's called Smiling Friends. Isn't it about like it seems like it's about like mental health, right? Isn't it about mental health? How is that of no story? I have to watch the show. I can't speak on it until I watch it. But you've convinced me I need to watch it. All right, let's talk about... So this is r/NewTubers. r/NewTubers is... Let's go to About. NewTubers is the premier small content creator community. You're a YouTube video creator or Twitch streamer. NewTubers is the premier small content creator community created to allow up-and-coming channels to improve with resources, critiques, and cooperation among tens and thousands of peers. We teach you how to start, build, and sustain your content career. Okay. Let's take a look at some of this. Okay, let's see what kind of posts we could see on here. People talking about. Let's go with best. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Can one get a part-time job to YouTube? Let's do more popular. Let's get stuff that actually has like people. I might be remembering the quote wrong with Smiling Friends. I'll look it up. I'll do research. I'll do research on it. It's definitely a show I should cover. I don't know how soon I'll cover it. I'm trying to really build with the SpongeBob stuff, but I'll take a look. I'll take a look at it. Okay. All right, this looks like something. All right, let's look at this. Got this from a creator I follow, and it hit different. Your mom isn't your target audience, neither are your friends, and waiting for their approval before you post, that's what's keeping you stuck at 47 subscribers. Okay, this is so true. This is so true. I never tell my family and friends to watch my videos. I never do that. I tell them that I'm a YouTuber, because it's interesting, because it's the thing. Like I will say, like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber. Like it's actually like my at least a part-time job for me now. I guess I would consider it, like, you know, because it's interesting and I could talk about what I do. But I don't tell people in my family to watch my videos. Now, some of them do. My fiance watches all of my videos because she loves them and she's very supportive. My parents watch my videos. Like, there are people who know me that watch my videos, but like, if you are asking people to watch your videos, you really shouldn't, because if you're a YouTuber, you shouldn't ask people to watch your videos if they're your friends or your family, because they're professional products. They're meant to be put out there to a mass audience, and that audience might not be your friends and family. If your friends and family are in that audience, basically I'll say this, if you want your friends and family to watch your videos, they better have been someone who would have enjoyed them anyway. Maybe not would have heard about them anyway, but would have enjoyed them anyway. That would be the way that I would say it. And by the way, all of this that I'm going to talk about as I go through NewTubers is in the context of you want to make being a YouTuber a career. This is not from the context of, oh, you're going to do it for fun or you want to do this. That is completely different. If you think, oh, but what if I'm doing it for fun? Well, that's not the conversation. This is not what I talk about. I'm talking about people who are, and they are talking about that too. They're talking about it from the context of trying to be a professional at this. So here's the thing. They'll either, meaning your friends or family, will either compliment you because they love you, not because it's good. Stay silent because it's kind of weird that you're making videos. Oof. Both are useless feedback. Yeah, I mean, if you have a friend or family member who are really knowledgeable about this kind of stuff, you could ask them for feedback. You know, that's kind of different. You know what actually matters? When a complete stranger comments, "This helps me." That person doesn't owe you anything. If they stop scrolling to engage, your imperfect video did something right. Hey, someone commented today, we were looking at the comments, said that my stuff helped them write. I get comments like that all the time that say that I helped them with writing. So we're done with SpongeBob comments now. I went through them all. I actually went through all of the comments on that video. All the ones so far, all the ones that are in the first day. This is exactly my mindset. I made the mistake of mentioning my channel to my pal who told me he watched a few minutes of my video, enjoyed it, and subbed. Sounds good and supportive on the face, but too much of this could actually kill it. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to make that big of a difference. But yeah, another thing is if you ask people, one thing is that if you ask people to watch your stuff and they don't watch it all the way through, like it does hurt the video. That's overblown, by the way, because a video doing well has to reach thousands of people anyway. Like, if your video's only getting 10 views, you're doing something else wrong. You're doing something else wrong, for sure. So, like, but that does happen where, like, like, my mom will say that, where she'll be like, because my parents they follow my videos. I don't ask them to. They want to. And my mom will be like, yeah, like, I saw, like, your video, but, like, if I watch, like, only a few minutes, is it going to kill? And I'm like, don't worry. My videos will get like 10,000 views. You're one person. It's okay. It's okay. But I guess if you're smaller, I guess you could worry about that. It's never going to make the difference though. I think actually something that is important with like a mindset like this is to not worry about it. Because thinking that someone like your friend watching a few minutes of the video is going to kill it is actually not true. You need to not think in that small of a mindset. You need to you're already not in a good mindset if you're thinking about stuff like that. Because first of all, your video is going to do well mostly on the basis of if it's a good video and if it has a good thumbnail. Those are the two things that matter. Someone watching it and like clicking off a little bit because they're your friend, no way that's going to happen. Like, I'm sorry, no way that's going to hurt your video. If your video was doing bad, it would never be for that reason. It would never. The reason your video is doing bad is because a mass audience of people are clicking off early on. That's the reason it's happening. And that is not just, and you could not possibly have enough individual people. You would have to literally send your video to 200 people or 500 people, which I don't think 500 people are going to watch your movie or watch your video. Yeah. Uh-oh. Did we just cut off? Oh, we're back. I'm having some issues with that stuff today. I'm having internet problems. My last stream crashed today. I suppose that's really all I'd have to say about that. A/B testing is proving useless. Okay, I froze a little. It's annoying me. Am I a little better? Am I still freezing, guys? I'm having internet problems. Bear with me. All right, let me just go through this then. A/B testing is proving useless. Okay, this is really interesting because I just talked about A/B testing. Look, I literally have A/B testing right here. Here is my A/B testing for my most recent video at the time of this stream, which is Modern SpongeBob Forgot How to Write Science Fiction. This A/B testing was incredibly useful for me because it showed me that this thumbnail was not effective and that this one was. So A/B testing works great for me. So let's see why this person thinks it's useless. It doesn't seem to be freezing. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Yeah. Having some internet problems. After 2 weeks of waiting, the test result came out inconclusive and they won't even show any data because the impressions are low. Okay. So this person, so this person doesn't get any views. That's what, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to this person. The reason that this happens is because, A/B testing only matters if you get when you're getting 1,000 or so views. If you're just starting out, A/B testing is not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. It's not. So A/B testing is proven useless. So this person is thinking that A/B testing doesn't work when it actually does work, when you have just a higher thing. But they're asking a genuine question. They acknowledge the impressions are low, but that's why they're getting, because if you put out A/B testing on a video, which A/B testing is putting out different titles and thumbnails that get presented to your audience differently. That's A/B testing. If you're a small enough channel, it won't even give you the percentage. If you get, I want to say it takes about 1,000 views for it to even give you this. I usually get 1,000 views within the first couple of hours of my videos going up, which, by the way, I am not by any means a giant YouTuber. People whose full-time jobs are they get that much, in 30 minutes, in 5 minutes, some of them. Maybe we'll get there one day. But you don't get this unless you're already kind of getting there. I think what I would say before I move on with this is that if you're at the point where A/B testing doesn't work, your problems are not A/B testing. Your problems are not, your problems could be your thumbnails, but your problems are fundamental. If your problems are your thumbnails and A/B testing is proving useless like this person describes, if the problem actually is your thumbnails are, neither of them are good, or the three of them aren't good. None of them are good enough because they're not grabbing people's attention. If you had one thumbnail that grabbed people's attention and the other ones didn't, you would see results. Now, it also could be your kind of content. I don't know exactly what this person's content is. For new channels with low views and impressions, how do you even reach the minimum threshold for statistically significant results? Yeah, so when I started, they didn't have A/B testing. When I started YouTube, they didn't have it. So by the time they actually implemented it, I was already in a place where it worked for me. So I never actually had this experience when I was just starting out. If I was already getting that many impressions, I would not need the testing. Okay, this is another problem with the mindset. This is not a good mindset. So this person is thinking, I would not need the testing. They're thinking that A/B testing is the thing that's going to make them succeed on YouTube. It's not. A/B testing is a way for you to tweak on your already working system So my system of making videos is already working. It's doing something. It's getting attention. It's getting views. It's getting comments. I'm making a career out of it, you know, or at least getting there. So A/B testing is just meant to kind of enhance that, okay? So like now I know that this kind of thumbnail doesn't get the numbers and this kind of thumbnail does. And then on my next video, I can try these two kinds of thumbnails because these are both pretty good. And then my third thumbnail can be something completely different because this one is out. That one's out. And that's really so this person, whoever's doing this, they need to introspect on the real reasons their videos aren't doing well. And there is always a reason. There is always a reason. It's not luck. It's not luck, guys. There is a reason. If you're putting something out there and it's not getting attention, there's a reason. There is heavy competition. Heavy competition. You got to be rock solid in the stuff you put out. But it is not because of A/B testing. This is why I tend to avoid using it. I mean, it's useless if we don't get the data. There is no data. There is no data. That's why. Because if you get few enough views, there's no hey, I'm curious, if you ever had the chance to write a story for your own cartoon, what would it be? I already have written an animated pilot that has been recorded, and it is probably a very long time out from getting made, but I am at least at that point where I have written and recorded. I had access to a sound studio to do it for free, so I was a little lucky with that. So it is about, so I have written one. I don't want to give away too much. I just want to keep it under wraps for a little while. I'll say it's a fantasy show, and it deals with the concept of immortality. Yeah, my fiance is the lead animator and storyboarder. That is true. She designed the characters. They are beautiful. They are beautiful. But this will be years out. It's a big dream of mine. But I have I have written one. A/B testing works better for bigger channels. Exactly. For my main channel, it takes only about an hour or two to get results, and that's enough time to make a difference since that's usually still within the initial push. The smaller channels I run take a day or two. Yeah, exactly. So like I'm taking these streams and I'm putting them on a second channel, and they get significantly less views because that's new. And also it's stream content, like off-the-cuff talking content, always does worse than scripted content. I wouldn't say always, almost always does worse than scripted content on average. So yeah, that is true. You put an A/B test on a smaller channel, and it just doesn't do that. YouTube always seemed like kind of like a business. Despite having a lot of views, a business can have less or more money. Which one would the business choose? Of course, that's a rhetorical question. What? I'm confused what you mean. How many views is normal for the first video to get? Yeah, I would have liked that context. The OP replied to this person, but not this person. Maybe they don't want to say. They need traffic to measure the traffic. It will work better as you have more views per regular and want to improve further. Yes, was thinking about not wasting time doing this anymore. Focusing on improving content instead might be more doable. Hey, that's good. That's good on the OP for realizing that. That's good. I used it a couple of times. It turned out to be useful. The other thumbnail I uploaded to A/B outperformed by 70%. It got me more impressions than views. Whoa, I have never outperformed by 70%. I have never had that big of a gap. I guess maybe they did 1 and 2. Like if you do 3, you're probably not going to get 70%, but you can do just 2. If you get just 2, it does like 50-50. It could be if you cut off that, like these would be like 51-49 or something. 70 is a big gap. I've never seen 70, even when I did 2. They must have had one very worse thumbnail than another. Make sure you're making all your options dramatically different. Even if your channel is tiny, you still get extra thumbnail. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Like these are very similar. This one was the drastically different one, so I could see that advice. Yeah. These don't have a lot of comments on them. How do I find the ones that have... What is hot, best, new... Top? Can I get top? Top today. Let's do top this week. Top this week sounds good. Top of all time, you're going to get stuff from like 3 years ago. The more views you get for one video, the more it gets recommended to people, leading to more chance of getting more views. So yeah, same with money that a business can invest in, thus get more money. I'm a little confused with what you're saying. I did it. I hit just someone trying to advertise. That's what I think this is. 800,000 subscribers. Let's see. Let's see this one. 6 months into content creation. Honest lessons from a beginner. I've been making videos for about 6 months now, mostly lifestyle and travel vlogs, though sometimes my cat steals the spotlight. I am trying to figure out what that means. Though sometimes my cat steals the spotlight. So sometimes they have lifestyle and travel, but sometimes it's cat. Those seem different. Videos of a cat, videos of a pet. Lifestyle and travel vlogs I can get. But to suddenly have a video of your cat, I feel like those would be on separate channels. Just searched it up again, but like a day or two ago while I was editing a video, I searched for you to find an image and I found you on Backstage, and it seems like you've done a lot of stuff I'm trying to get into as well. Yeah, I did have Backstage. Actually, it's not active right now. Yeah, I've done like some stuff. I've done like some like I've never done anything really big, to be honest. This is kind of the most prestigious thing I've ever done. This channel is like the most furthest I've ever done. I'm very trained. I went to like college for theater and stuff, and did a lot of acting stuff. So that is all kind of in my wheelhouse. I'm still pretty young. I'm like kind of new in it anyway. Oh, also, I'm currently trying to flesh out a story. Can you give me some advice? Sure. I'll see how much I can do. It's not exactly the subject of the stream, but I can maybe give you a hand. Ask away. When I started, I thought content creation was all about original ideas. Half a year later, I've learned it's really about storytelling, consistency, and enjoying the process, even when things go wrong. Yeah, I see that. I like all of that. I think enjoying the process is great. You should enjoy the process. I think you should at the very least tolerate the process. I think tolerating the process is another thing you can say, because I think if you like force yourself to enjoy the process, you might burn yourself out. But I think tolerating the process is a good goal, and maybe from there you can start to enjoy the process. 1, don't chase perfection. My early videos were shaky, awkward, and over-edited. I used to redo tiny clips for hours. Then I realized progress matters more than perfection. The more I film, the better I got. That's sort of true. Like, I think a lot of my early videos, aren't great. You kind of have to... You're going to not be perfect when you first start. Like, if you look at some of my earlier stuff, I didn't have as good of a mic. I didn't have as good of a speaking voice. I wasn't as good at editing. Like, there are things that I used to do that weren't as good. So yeah, and it was better for me to put my content out there in order to get better, because you can't actually get better at content creation if you don't do it. You know, like you could think theoretically, oh, what if I made like 10 videos and didn't present them to anybody? But psychologically, that's just not going to work. You have to actually start putting them out there, and you're going to have to put out videos that aren't that good before you put out videos that are good. Now, don't put out videos that are fundamentally unwatchable. Just put out videos that would probably be a not as good version as what you can eventually do, is how I would put it. So this person is correct on this element. I just wanted to elaborate more. Keep your setup simple. I film everything with my iPhone 16, a gimbal, and a tripod. No fancy cameras or lights. Simplifying helped me focus on creating, not gear. Yeah, I mean, I don't do that. I'm a little lucky because I'm a photographer. So I had a camera for photography. So I already had a camera for a separate business. Um, I think it depends. I guess what this person's talking about with like lifestyle and travel vlogs, I suppose an iPhone would probably be fine. No fancy cameras or lights. Well, if you're like a travel thing, you probably, it is good to have that. I'm sorry, it is good to know. It is better to put something out there if you don't have access to the equipment, but you should definitely be aware that things looking good and high quality is going to make a difference. You are competing with people who have high quality, setups and stuff. Like, you are competing with that. You should be aware of it. I don't think I like the phrase like no fancy cameras or lights. Like, I get it. Like, it's hard to get a hold of that stuff. And I don't think you should not create until you get that stuff. But I don't think you should have an idea that you'll never get the stuff, which I don't think this person is saying. I think this person is saying they should start. You can film with your phone. You can move up. And then when you make it your career, you invest in stuff. You should not invest in lights and cameras when you haven't even started a channel. That is true. I didn't even film myself until like a year into doing this. I started with a gaming channel and I was voiceover only. I was faceless for a long time. This channel pretty much was never faceless because I set up the camera by then. But it is true that you should move up. But don't have this idea of, oh, I never need a fancy camera or a light or a mic. I find it odd that this isn't talking about audio. Oh, they're saying something about sound later, but audio is in fact, if you are going to spend money on anything when you do YouTube, have it be audio. Audio is the thing. Audio is the thing that you should pay for. That's like the first thing. And like you got to like treat a room. It's really hard. Audio is like also like the hardest thing to do, but it is the main thing that you should look for if you start to invest in it. And I feel like phone recording it off your phone is about the worst thing you could do. Learn the basics of editing, color, and sound. You don't need pro software, just fix noise, color, and pacing. Good audio and flow matter more than effects. That is true. That is true. I agree with that. And it is true. I mean, I use Adobe Premiere, like it does help, but you could get away with some stuff with not using it when you're just starting out. Find your rhythm, not the algorithm. I film on weekends and post weekly. It keeps me consistent without burning out. Well, why not the algorithm? I see find your rhythm. Find your rhythm is great, but not the algorithm. You should also find the algorithm. You do need to find the algorithm. I think what this means is find the best times for you to post. Don't like get all worked up on, I have to post on this day, I have to post on this day, especially if you're just starting out. If that's what this person means, then I totally agree. Engage with your audience, reply to comments and share behind the scenes moments. Hey, I literally just did that. I replied to comments earlier in this stream. I replied to comments like live on here. Share behind the scenes moments. That's what I'm doing right now. Small interactions build real connections. 6 months in, I'm still learning, but now I'm enjoying the process. That is true. I am highly interactive with my audience. I reply to comments. I am trying to do even more with the streaming. That is very true. But one thing that I do want to take a step back on, though, with engage with your audience, it's not the be-all, end-all. Like, don't get too obsessed with it. You are not going to build your audience brick by brick. It's going to have a positive effect, but you could never build your audience by individually interacting with like every single person in your audience and making them a dedicated viewer. Now, if you do that enough over the lifetime of your channel, you're going to get a lot of good viewers, a lot of loyal viewers who like you and know that you respond to them and stuff. That is true. That is definitely true. But yeah. But yeah, for sure. Replying to every comment gets tiring. Oh, don't reply to every comment. Yeah. I reply to comments that are really, first of all, reply mostly. Okay, it depends on how many views you get. Like for me, I get most of my views in the first 2 days. When you're a smaller YouTuber, you're going to get most of your views, at least in my experience, you get most of your views like 3 days after you post and like throughout the week. So what I do is I reply usually to most of the comments on like the first day. I try to not reply to comments that came up like later, like weeks later. Sometimes I do if they're particularly interesting. I'll reply to comments that are like doing, debate, argument, reply to comments that disagree with me. I like to do that a lot. You don't necessarily have to. In fact, if you're a YouTuber, you should consider possibly just not replying to comments that disagree with you at all. Like you could make, but I'm an argumentative person. Like my advice would be, if you reply to comments that disagree with you, make sure that you're a good debater. That's all. If you're not a good debater, just don't reply to them. Just don't engage. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to give them the satisfaction. And I don't reply to every comment that disagrees with me, but I'm a good debater. So like I'll reply to comments that disagree with me, and I'm ready to like go down all of the points. But that's a specific skill, and it's a skill that is what I do with my channel. But yeah, it's not gonna get you there just by, but what you should do is you should reply to any comment that is there. And sometimes you can reply really easily. Like sometimes when someone just says like, I love your channel or I love this, you can reply thank you. You know, thank you is a valid reply. And it means a lot to the person who posted it, you know, and don't do it on literally every single one. Like if someone posts a year after a video came out, like this is such a good video, you don't have to put thank you under every single one. But like the first couple of people who come in and are like, wow, this is so great. I always like to reply to people who say, you've helped me with my writing. I think I will reply to like any comment that says that. Just because those are the comments that literally mean the most to me. So that's just me. But yeah. The more popular you are, the more comments there are. It would turn harder and harder. That's why most popular people don't even reply unless it's an argumentative thing. Oh, yeah. You have to get to a point. Like on my bigger videos, I just have to pick and choose like which ones. And also YouTube will curate top comments. So you want to reply to top comments, by the way. So if someone is disagreeing with you and you get multiple comments that say the same disagreement, find the one that has the most likes. Find the one that says the most other replies. That's probably going to be the one that pops up first when people scroll down and look at the comments. And they're going to be more likely to see your part of the argument and see that you're engaging more with the video. So that's what it is. I mean, the more you debate, the better at debating you should become. That is true. That is true. Yeah. I mean, if you're someone who wants to debate. Yeah, if you're someone who wants to debate. I used to get into a lot of arguments, but I'm terrible at debating people, and I'd always end up making myself look like a Dumbo, even when the person was obviously wrong and managed to lose the arguments. Learn if then therefore statements, if this then this statements, and learn logical fallacies. Most of debating is understanding what logical so when you're debating, this is very small, I'm going to be real quick on this, but if you're debating someone in your comment section, to tie it into NewTubers, if you're debating someone in your comment section and you are right, you know, like for me, like, you know, I'm always right. No, I'm not always right, but you know what I mean? Like I'm coming from a position where my positions are very strong. You know, like let's say I'm debating someone who says not every story needs to have a lesson or something. What I do, because I understand logical fallacies, the only way for someone to believe that every story should not have a lesson is to engage in logical fallacy. The only way for someone to be wrong is to engage in logical fallacy. You can be right without engaging in logical fallacy. So if you learn all the logical fallacies and learn what they are, you can identify, and there's over 100 of them, by the way, so you might not learn all of them. You can identify what logical fallacy someone uses, and you don't always have to call it out and say that's a logical fallacy. In fact, that usually will hurt you. You just can understand why they're wrong and attack that part of their argument, and that is how you win debates. And then just practice and knowing your stuff and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. If you're just starting, don't overthink. Grab your phone, hit record, and tell your story. You'll grow faster than you think. I like this attitude. I think this is a good attitude. You should be a little careful. Be a little careful because you should overthink a little bit. I do think you should overthink a little bit. Because there are very few things that people actually really want to watch. So don't just grab your phone and hit record willy-nilly. You should plan out, what do you think your audience is? What do you think is something someone wants to watch? Basically, the one question that you should ask yourself if you want to be a YouTuber is this: why should someone watch you and not anyone else? That is the most important question for you to ask yourself if you want to be a YouTuber. So for me, I ask myself that question, and it's the way that I argue, the way that I make my points is what is about me that other people don't have. My perspective on the arts for, let's say, for the Jackson Fanelli channel specifically, because I have the game Cubicle, which is a little different. It's my philosophy on the arts. Plenty of people also believe that, stories should have lessons, have this, but that is my main philosophy. And that is the root of everything that I talk about. And I believe that that resonates with people. I think it's proven that it does resonate with people. And that is the thing that is about me that people watch. And you need to ask that question about yourself. Even if you're wrong, at least if you think that there's a thing about you that is that thing, at least go off of that. Because then you can try it and maybe you can find you're not correct. And then that's okay. But at least ask yourself that question before you start. You don't gain a whole lot by arguing with people in your comments. You do not. That is true. Your energy is better spent responding to people who like you, because people who argue with you are usually not going to come back and watch your video because they don't like you. Like they don't like what you said. They disagree with you. Why would they watch your videos? They're usually not going to come back. They're going to argue with you in that one video, and then they're never going to watch your content again. The only reason that I argue with people in my comments is honestly because it's practice. It's literally just debate practice for me. So I'm going to say you probably shouldn't argue with people in your comment section unless you want to practice debate. It's separate. So like I'm going to say, yeah, don't argue with people in your comments. It doesn't really matter that much. Maybe people who agree with you can see that you argued in the comments and like that's like cool or whatever. But it usually doesn't matter. Now I say that you can look in anyone disagreeing with me in my comment section and you can see me debating them. It's for my own practice. And honestly, it's because I genuinely enjoy it. I love arguing with people. Great advice. Very helpful. Do we have someone who's saying something a little more? I shoot everything myself too, wondering what gimbal you're using. These don't really say that much. Hi all. Yeah, not much to say about this. Let's see what this is someone who was asking about their writing. I'll just give you a little bit of advice as much as I can. So the main character is this senile old man trying to be a supervillain, and he blackmails a team of superheroes into helping him, and each day he comes up with an absurd plan to take over the world. I just feel like the concept is way too simple. Yeah, man, that's good. That's fine. All you got to do, don't worry about concept. A concept can be too simple. It can be complicated. It's fine. Your story is not going to begin and end at your concept. It's going to begin and end at execution. That's just how you write it. Just like look at the stuff that I talk about in my videos and make sure you do that in your writing. And it's basically the best advice I could give you. True, actually. I know a lot of logical fallacies, so I can just call them out. But most of the time I try to understand why they're thinking that. Why the person that you're debating against is thinking something. People who are wrong about things, and I'm going to say people who are like not that they're wrong and that you think they're wrong. I mean, people who are objectively wrong, believe those things because of an emotional bias. They have an emotional attachment to such things. And that's why they use logical fallacy, because they don't believe that. So don't try to, you can argue facts and logic with a person who's wrong as much as you want, but that's not what convinces them. And nothing ever will convince them, because most people who are wrong just want to be wrong. Most people just want to be miserable, actually. And most people who argue about things that are bad and wrong are miserable. So really, when you argue with people, make it more about yourself and you understanding your positions and maybe how you would present those positions to a rational person. But usually when a person is wrong, and this isn't a be-all end-all, plenty of people can be logically wrong about like good faith things. But most of the time when someone's like really wrong, they're just biased against it. They just want to be wrong. They want to be miserable. It's probably a little more complicated than that, but it's kind of a basic one. A great writer can probably turn a simple concept into something great anyway. Oh yeah. Like, it's funny because there are probably some SpongeBob episodes like the Splinter that I'm like just not sure. Like maybe the concept tanked it alone, but There's very few. There's very few things. Let's see. See what else someone has to say. Okay. For creators stuck at low views, what do you think is actually holding you back? I've been talking to a lot of small, mid-sized creators lately, and there's this pattern I keep seeing. Decent thumbnails, sometimes better than competitors, good topics proven to work in the niche, consistent posting schedule, high effort and production value, but still stuck at 500 to 3K views per video. The frustrating part, none of them are growing proportional to the time and effort being put in. The advice is always the same: improve your hooks, better thumbnails, post more, but that's not specific enough to actually fix anything. So here's my question. For those of you stuck in this range or who recently broke out of it, what do you think is actually holding you back? Not what gurus say. What kind of feedback would actually help you improve? I do have an answer for this because I was here, like exactly here, until like 5 months ago when my Bizarro Bottom video blew up. So I was literally here. Like, this is like, yeah. But now I do also this. I do this exact same thing, except I'm not this. So I did all of this and I kept doing this. Sometimes, so here is the scary thing about this, and here's the scary thing about anything in the arts. Sometimes you're doing everything right, and you just have to keep doing that everything right for a long time until it works. But here's the scary part about that. You don't know if you're doing something wrong, because if you, you can know if you're doing something wrong. That's what you need to figure out. But it's hard to know if you're doing something wrong, because doing something, so if you do something wrong for a year or do something right for a year on YouTube, you could see yourself having no success either way, even if you're doing it right. The difference between the person who's doing it wrong and the person who's doing it right is the person who's doing it right will eventually have a video blow up, and then they're where I am. Because that's what happened to me. It was one video. It was one video in September. Bizarro Bottom is a mess of a SpongeBob episode. That video was the one. It was the be-all, end-all. Everything on this channel comes from that video. Everything after it is just because that video did well. And like, that's not entirely true. Like, you could have one video blow up and then you don't keep it up. But for me, that was what it was. So, but that video was, I started this channel in November of 2024. I got that video in September of 2025. So almost a year, 10 months. I had some videos do well in between. I had Nosferatu blew up like right out the gate. So it wasn't like I had absolutely nothing until then. But until then, for those 10 months, I was basically this. I was this and then still stuck at 500 to 3K, other than the couple ones that blew up. So there are tells to if you think you're this and you're getting this, there are tells to if you're doing everything right or if you're not. And there's no such thing as doing everything right, but you know what I mean. Like doing things right where you're going to be successful. So the first thing that is an indication that you're doing well is some videos is, first of all, the fact that you're even getting 3K. Like 3K views is not great on YouTube. It feels like a lot when you're just starting out. 3K views feels like a lot when you're just starting out. But 3K views can be a fluke. Like you could just get 3K views on a video that's otherwise bad because YouTube just doesn't really, it's an algorithm, so sometimes it pushes it out. So if you're getting like 3K views consistently, I'd say I'd be pretty confident you're eventually going to get something that's going to blow up and you're going to do better. You're going to start to do better. I could be pretty confident in that. I wouldn't say that's a be all end all for everyone. if you're getting like 10 views a video, you are doing something horribly wrong. If you are getting under like 100 on every video, it's possible that not only are you not putting out good content, but YouTube might just count you out at that point. They might just be like, yeah, we'll throw them to 10 people so that, throw them a bone or whatever. But like and I don't know if YouTube actually does that. That might be conspiratorial. But I think the algorithm might be designed to do that. Yeah. I think I found you from your elf video. When was that uploaded? December of 2024. Wow, you are dedicated. Did you watch it back in December 2024? You might have watched it this past year. I subbed to you from the Nosferatu video. Yeah, that was the video that got me monetized. So even I had a pretty good start on this channel. But yeah, so I would say if you got 3K views per video, that is kind of a tell that you're eventually going to do well, because it does take a while, by the way. So like, let's compare it to like being an actor. So if you're a really good actor, you're probably still going to go on hundreds of auditions before you book a real role, even if you're a really good actor. But if you're an awful actor, you're still going to go on 100 auditions, just as the good actor does. It's just the bad actor never gets booked. But while that time is going on, it looks the same for the good actor and the bad actor. But there are tells. And one of the main things is just understanding what people want to watch. Like, just look at your videos objectively and look at a person who's successful and really introspect, is your stuff even half as good? Really introspect, Get opinions from other people. Try to have friends who are going to tell you the truth. Most friends are not going to tell you the truth. You have to ask, and maybe even when you do ask, they're probably still not going to tell you the truth. It's so hard to give people feedback when they ask, even when they ask for it. It's very difficult. But the most important person to give you feedback is yourself. And look at your comments. Look at what people say. Now, there are people who are going to say this video is so amazing or whatever, even if what you put out is garbage. I mean, look at an average Sponge Truths comment section. There are people saying, oh, so profound. I mean, those people might be bots. Who knows? But like, there's such a thing as people who don't know good content if it smacked them in the face. So you can't trust any comment. But sometimes, if you get enough comments that are telling you that you're doing a good job and this and that, then you probably are, you're probably going to be in good shape. But that is the, so that's usually what it is. And also, I think the most important thing is you should kind of keep changing stuff. Keep trying stuff. Try to improve every video. Try to do something new. You can always go back. I remember there was a time back in May of last year where I was trying to do more dynamic editing. I did a lot more sound effects, a lot of like things like zooming in and stuff. And I did that for if you've seen my Truth or Square video. That video is edited very strange compared to my other ones. My editing style is much more simple. I'm much more like a present the information kind of editor rather than all that like game theory stuff. One, because I would never be able to put in the time to edit like a game theory or film theory video would. But also because I think that sort of, I don't want my content to be too overstimulating like it was there, but I experimented with that and I tried it. I felt it wasn't for me and I was able to go back. It's good to try stuff. And also when you're in this part where you're trying your best, but you're only getting 500 to 3K views, that's the time to try new things. I had a video blow up. I've had a few blow up since then. But I'm in it now. Like, I don't trying new things is scary for me. If I try a new thing, like I'm not even confident when I talk about something that's not SpongeBob. Like, trying new things, is a little bit harder once you're in it. So at least when you're doing this, you have the freedom to try new things. And then once that thing hits, lean into that thing, build your audience, and I'm not at this point yet. I am there. Lean into the thing and build the audience. That's where I am. I assume when you get bigger, you can start to take a few more risks again. But I am not there yet. So I'll let you know if I get there. When I get there, I'll be more confident in myself. How that works. For those of you stuck in this range or who recently broke out of it, what do you think is actually holding you back? What kind of feedback would actually help you improve? Timestamps, pacing analysis, energy delivery, something else. Timestamps. Pacing analysis, energy delivery, these things are important. I don't know what timestamps means. Like putting in timestamps in your video, that is not the be-all, end-all. That is not the be-all, end-all. Wish I was stuck in the 500 to 3K views range. I'm stuck in the 4 views range. This person is doing something wrong. I don't know what they're doing, but they are doing so. That's not luck. Like 500 to 3K views range, that could be you're just waiting for it to happen. You're like the good actor who's going on a lot of auditions. If you're stuck in the 4 views range, you better introspect. You're doing something wrong. I'm sure 4 views is an exaggeration. More likely, I mean, maybe not. More likely it's like 50, 30. I'm on 6 to 20. I'm in the 50-20-10 club. Videos that only take 50 hours to make only get seen by 20 people, and 10 of the views we scrounged up ourselves by sending it to people we know. Oh, that person needs help with what they're doing. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to identify from this sentence alone. The root of this person's problem is this. 10 of the views we scrounged up ourselves by sending it to people we know. Don't do this. Don't do this. Do not try to make people watch your videos. Just tell people that you're a YouTuber, and if they want to watch your videos, they will. Never put pressure on people to watch videos. Never do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not even for the sense that it's not going to help you as a YouTuber, because it's really just going to do nothing. It's not going to like hurt you. It's mostly just going to do nothing. It's just not very nice to those people to be like, watch my video. I don't tell people to watch my videos. If they want to, I send it to them. I'm like, sure, here you go. You know, it's great. But I don't see it as like a prerequisite. I don't see it as a prerequisite to being friends with me to watch my videos. Maybe you don't like SpongeBob. Like maybe you don't care about like the things that I talk about in my videos. Like that's fine. I'm friends with people who aren't particularly interested in the things that I make content about. Like, that's fine. Thousands of people are, and I'm trying to make a living off of that. You know, it's okay. Wow. Videos take 50 hours to make. What are you making? 50 hours? My videos, I work on them with my fiance, so we work on it together. I would say an average video of mine can't take more than 20 hours. From writing to filming. And I mean like the bigger one, like the 20-minute ones. A 10-minute video. A 10-minute video is a 10-hour job between me and my fiance. A 10-minute video. 50 hours to make. What are you making? Oh, we got more on the person. I feel you. How long have you been posting videos? Posting on YouTube since September, when all my ads went to due to AI summarized research results. Wait, posting on YouTube since September when all my ads. What ads? If you've been posting on YouTube since September, you don't get monetized immediately. You have to earn getting monetized. So if it was since September, why would all of your ads? Oh, YouTube account is a few years old, but before was only hosting 1 to 2 website videos that were embedded on the site. Client vids and most of the embedded site vids are on Vimeo, which do not seem to get indexed by. I don't know what they're talking about. Editing videos, paid full-time 4 years. Since I started learning editing, 18 years. Oh, wow. This person must be older than me. 18 years ago, I was 9. So, it's not a lot of videos, but it's enough to go, wait, I've got a lot of time in this. Am I missing something here? What? What is this person's story? I'm in the 50-20-10 club. This is the same person who said this. It's not a lot of videos. I wish I knew more about what that person was talking about. They're talking a lot about stuff like my ads. It seems like this person is... So, okay, I'm I'm not going to talk about this person specifically because it might not be this person specifically. Maybe I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I do want to set the idea is a lot of YouTubers have this idea of we want to do what's it called? The secrets, cheat codes. I'll call them cheat codes. The things that make you get views. Like there's this one YouTube channel that I don't like because they tell people to use AI to write their descriptions. At least when I was watching them, they did. I don't know if they still do. But when I was starting out, when I was a NewTuber, I watched a lot of vidIQ. And I don't particularly like them. They seem like the kind of people where they're trying to profit off of like your hope of like being a big YouTuber. Like they're trying to sell you like the plug-in and stuff. And I also don't like that they wanted you to use AI to write your descriptions, which I think is awful. You should never use AI in any part. You should never use generative AI in any part of the creative process, including your descriptions. So I think that alone is awful about them. Provided they still tell people to do that. I don't know if they still do. I haven't watched them in a long time. But what they do a lot is in their videos, there are a lot of like these like 5 things you can do to improve your videos. And it's all like, it's more about them putting out content than them actually giving good advice. So one piece of advice that they give that I do, by the way, I do this still, but it always stuck out to me, is one piece of advice that they did is that when you tell people about another video, like let's say you're watching one of my videos, like the one I just did, and I said, yeah, what I'm talking about in this video applies to SpongeBob and Patrick's timeline twist up, but I already did a video on that. Link in the description. So like I said that, and I actually put the link in the description to my SpongeBob and Patrick's timeline twist up video because I mentioned it in the video and someone might go and click on it. And what they tell you to do is when you link a video in the description, you don't want to link the actual link to the video. You want to link a link to your playlist that contains that video. So when you click on that video in the description, you don't go directly to that video. You go to that video within the entire SpongeBob playlist. And some people will be like, what's this playlist? And they'll click off of it and they'll find something else. But now you're showing people like your other videos, and that leads to a marginal uppity this. I learned that from vidIQ. I will say, and I don't know how much of a positive effect it's had on me, but I do that. But the problem with vidIQ, or with what I would call cheat code thinking, is that there are people who think that that is the be all end all. Oh, that's what was holding me back. So if I do that, now I'm going to be successful. And you're not. Like, in fact, that kind of advice is better for someone like me who already gets views, who already gets a couple of people who goes into the description and clicks on another video every video. And now this little trick, this little cheat code might net me a couple more views. Multiply that off of thousands of people who go and see my videos, probably not even thousands. And actually, it's probably not even hundreds. Multiply it over dozens. Maybe that nets me an extra $20 a month, maybe. But like, that's fine. That's good for me, like that's worth setting the link as the playlist instead of something else. But there are people who think that that's the be all end all. So what I think about this person is, and 10 of the views we scrounged up ourselves by sending it to people we know. And this whole, all the ads because of AI summarized search results. Sure, AI is the worst. I hate AI. But like, all of the things that are going wrong with me is like this other stuff. It's this other stuff. Oh, I'm embedding this. They're not saying a whole lot of stuff. So I'm not saying it's specifically this person, but it's the idea of there's all this other stuff that's doing it. It really does just come down to like, just make good videos, and the things that you need to do is you got to work on your writing. You got to work on your speaking, and just and ask yourself that question, the $1 million question. What is it about you that someone wants to watch instead of someone else? vidIQ is good for people who know literally nothing about how to do YouTube and need basic advice, but you can outgrow them very quickly. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I really don't like that they tell people to write their descriptions with AI. I think that's a really dangerous thing to normalize because And by the way, the slippery slope is a logical fallacy. In some contexts, unless you have a actual reason of it could actually lead to that, because if you're writing your descriptions with AI, you're not that far off from just writing your videos with AI. Like, what's the difference at that point? You're already using it. I can see that as a slippery slope, but there's an actual connection between those things, so that makes it no longer a logical fallacy. So I cannot recommend them in good faith because of that. But I also do think that they lean a lot into the tricks and the cheat codes, and I think it's really all just about their views and all that stuff. Like, I just don't trust them. The advice can be good, and that's what it is. Like, snake oil salesmen, not saying they're snake oil salesmen, I'm not going to accuse them of that, but like snake oil salesmen, people who try to sell you like essential oils for like your health or whatever, and are like lying and scamming you, like they will give good advice, like good medical advice. Like, they'll be like, yeah, and if you do this with your tea, you're going to feel better. And then people do that real advice and they feel good about it. They're like, oh man, they must be right about everything. And I think that's what vidIQ does. They also like try to like sell you an extension too, like in a subscription. I don't know. They're shady. I wouldn't trust them. I think they're shady. If you watch like a video or two of theirs and just really scrutinize the advice, you could maybe get some benefit out of them. But like, I can't recommend another, like, I don't know another like channel that does something similar. Most channels that teach you how to like be a YouTuber are grifters. Maybe I should do it myself, because I know I'm not a grifter. So like maybe I should do stuff like that. It's kind of what I'm doing right now in a more off the cuff way. But maybe as I get bigger, I'll do like stuff where I actually give people advice. The problem is that would just be for writers. And I like my videos, my main channel videos, to be also for consumers. Holding me back are these things. Bad thumbnails. A good thumbnail can go a long way. Not very curiously driven titles. Script. I'm mainly an improv guy, so what I say in the moment 80% of the time goes into upload a video. Not much editing, and especially no foreshadowing editing. Not high quality mic audio. Being let's play retro game niche, so combining all the above. Yeah, don't there's your problem. Let's plays are over, dude. They're over. Even me. I just played all of Lights Camera Pants, which I guess was basically a let's play, but it wasn't, because I don't like, it's over. People don't want to sit and watch a person play video games unless they know the person. Unless you people want to watch me play SpongeBob games because I'm the SpongeBob guy. Now, I guess I'm the SpongeBob guy. That's fine. I embrace that. I like being the SpongeBob guy. I love SpongeBob. Maybe I'll try to make it not the only thing that I am, but this is the guy who talks about SpongeBob every week, who I listen to talk about SpongeBob for hours and hours and hours. He's playing the SpongeBob video games. It's 1-to-1. And I also use it as a way for me to talk to my audience. I criticize the game. I have videos where I do it. It's not the be all end all. If you're like a let's player and you just think you can sit there and film yourself and like play video games, it's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. The people who were able to do that did that years ago. It's not going to happen. There's not, unless, and there are so many exceptions. The exceptions are if you are a speedrunner, if you are amazing at video games. You have to be you have to be like doing challenge runs or all this crazy stuff. If you are a really notable personality who's popular from other things, that's kind of my strategy. I'm trying to get there. But I wouldn't really do let's plays, because what I like to do when I play SpongeBob games is I just like to talk about the channel and SpongeBob itself. Like, I talk to the audience while I do the video games. Some people who do like let's plays, and this doesn't everyone, but a lot of them, like, it's really the question of, if you're just playing video games, what are you talking about? Are you just narrating what's going on in the game and sometimes reading the dialogue? Because that's not enough. That is not enough. That will never be enough. That's not interesting. Again, why would someone watch you and not anyone else? Are you maybe like cracking jokes or whatever, and like maybe you're kind of funny or you think you're funny? I guess that's something, but like, Or are you just talking about other stuff while you play a video game? But the problem is, if you're just talking about other stuff while you're playing a video game, you might as well just be an other stuff channel. You might as well just make your videos about whatever subject you're talking about. Really the only way, if you want to sit and play video games, is to kind of do what I do, where you get popular doing something else, and then it's your way of engaging more directly with your audience. And you just accept that when you're sitting there and playing video games, you're not going to get as many views as you do when you're making your scripted long form content. So that's the main thing that they're worried about. But also, like, no high quality mic audio. Audio is so important, honestly. Like, if there's anything that you should spend money on, it's audio. This right here, this is a Rode NT1. I really love it. I actually tried to use a higher quality mic. I returned it. I didn't need it. It was just too much money. I didn't need it. I tried to use the Shure SMB7. Hey, it's a great mic, but this is a great mic. This is like $150, I think this was. Rode NT1, you get the receiver. It's like another $150. It's already $300 for audio. So, like, that's a lot, Like, I was already making money on YouTube, at least a little bit. At least enough to justify the purchase. But then you need, like, panels, I got some sound panels that are off screen. I have sound curtains. The room isn't crazy treated or anything. Like, I wouldn't record like a TV show in here or something, but you could do YouTube in a minimally treated room. You get the stuff off Amazon and all that. How your mic sounds does matter. I think it does. I think your visual, I think your filming does matter too. Like, if you're like super low quality, yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. It's going to be pretty bad if you're super low quality. Like, you don't necessarily have to be 4K. Like, my main videos are shot in 4K just because I have the camera to do it. But you could probably be okay. Not much editing, and especially no foreshadowing editing. Okay, well, like, Let's Play. Yeah, that doesn't have much editing. Probably not much editing. Maybe this person goes in and cuts out the ers and ahs or something like that. Like, yeah, I kind of do that with my stuff, but yeah. Script, I'm mainly an improv guy. So, like, I mean, I'm talking off the cuff right now, but I script a lot of my videos. There are some people who are so good at talking in the moment. I would say I'm good enough at talking in the moment to do this, obviously. I want to up my skills at talking in the moment. I mean, this is my practice. This isn't my highest skill, talking in the moment. I am a much better writer and presenter. I'm going to get there. I really think I'm going to get there to the point where I can do like podcasts or like really off the cuff stuff. But if you're an improv guy, like this guy says, again, Let's Play, things that you have to be really conscious of when you are doing improv stuff or off the cuff, unscripted, not repeating yourself. Not repeating yourself is very important. And in order to do that, you have to remember like everything you said, which is very hard. That's why what I'm doing right now with Reddit stuff is a little bit easier because I'm going off of posts. So if I see a post that's talking about something that's like that I've already done, that I've already talked about, it actually helps me understand that. So actually what I'm doing right now, I'm just now discovering this, what I'm doing right now is actually great practice for that. So if you want to practice being a more off-the-cuff speaker, go on a Reddit page of something you care about and do like a live stream where you react to the Reddit post, because you're going to remember a post subject and you're going to be less likely to repeat yourself. Not very curiously given titles, bad thumbnails. My idea of what they mean by this is the thumbnail is just like the game itself and something that is just like the game. I mean, it's Let's Play. Like, I don't have much to say other than don't do Let's Plays. That's the only thing that I have to say about it is Let's Play retro game. And I bet what this person does is retro. Let's Play retro game niche. So I bet what this person does is they delude themselves into thinking that just because they're covering a retro game, a game that hasn't really been played, that they're going to be able to break through. This is false. This is not true. In fact, you're just hurting yourself even more because you're playing a game that's not as well known. Again, look at what I'm trying to do. And by the way, I haven't done a lot of my streaming of games yet. I don't get a crazy amount of views on them when I post them later on. I get good concurrent viewers while I'm live, and I get very good engagement with my audience, and I always get a handful of subscribers after each stream, which I think are valuable subscribers, because if you subscribe to someone watching them on a stream, you might be a little more dedicated to them because they talk to you. I don't know. Maybe that's like just an idea. Maybe I'm doing a cheat code idea. Ooh, they're the better subscribers. Maybe they aren't. But I've found it to be worth it, what I'm doing with it. And also, I haven't done that many. So, like, there's a chance that I'm like all right, I'm just starting out. Eventually, I'll be able to, like, I need to play more SpongeBob games. And again, I'm the SpongeBob guy. So, like, there's already a connection there. People are going to want to watch the guy who talks about SpongeBob in the show play the SpongeBob games. There's a reason people are going to want to watch that. If I did nothing else and all I did was retro Let's Play the SpongeBob games, I don't think I would get anything ever. I think that would do terrible. So just because it's a retro game does not mean that you're like guaranteed views or are going to get views. You might as well just play the newest, Mario Kart or Donkey Kong or whatever. Like, you might as well just play the newest games. Even you might be like, oh, well, like all these big streamers are already playing the newest games, so like I should try to play the retro games. It's not going to work. You just need to accept. And this is a hard thing to accept. Anyone who's thinking about doing Let's Play, you just don't get to get paid to play video games. You just don't. It's just not going to happen. You can play video games and you can do things that you get paid for. You don't get to do both. And even people who do get paid to play video games, they're not. I mean, they're playing video games, but those people are at work. All right? These people who are speedrunners and challenge runners and people who play, like people like Markiplier. You think Markiplier is just playing video games? He is. No, he's playing video games, but that man is at work. All right? That is his job. All right? Do you know how hard it is I mean, it might not be that hard. I don't know. I think it probably wouldn't be that easy to do Markiplier. I mean, I'm sure, sure it's not the hardest job in the world. I'm sure I'd rather be Markiplier than, haul lumber or something. But, there is a thing that you have to do. Like, it is work. And I do think that a lot of people who want to be Let's Players, I think they just want to get paid to play video games. Like, you see a video game, and video games give us a sense of completion. Like, we beat the game and we get the reward system. So I think in our mind, we think, oh, I did that thing, I should get paid for it. No, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. And also that a video game is a story. Like, a video game is like a narrative. It's a thing that goes out. You're presenting this whole thing. That's the most important part. I'm going to end off on this while I talk about why you shouldn't be a Let's Player in 2026. Unless you are known for other things. That is the exception. Unless you are known for other things, are amazing at video games, or are a speedrunner. There might be other exceptions, but that's about it. But here's the main reason that you shouldn't be a Let's Player in 2026. When you do a Let's Play of a game and all you do is narrate what's going on in the game, read the dialogue, sometimes interact with chat, and maybe crack a joke here or there, if that's all you do, I do not believe that is transformative content. It is legally transformative content, and I think it should be. I don't think we should change the law because then you'd have to examine every single thing where there's a guy playing a video game. I think that philosophically, that is not transformative content. And what you're really doing is that you see a video game and you see it's a thing you like. And I think that in a way, when we see things that we like, we subconsciously want to take ownership of it. And I think when you Let's Play a video game, when you have a whole list of like full playthroughs of certain games, you see this thing that you like and you feel like you're taking ownership of it. And I think that is an undeserved feeling. That makes sense. And I think that's like the main problem with the psychological idea of the Let's Player, is the idea of they want to be paid to play video games and they want to take ownership of the games. And most importantly, they're not considering what makes them someone that you want to watch. I do like to watch your streams in the background when you re-upload. Hey, I'm so glad. And like, but you know me. Like, you know me. I'm the SpongeBob guy. And also my streams where I play video games, I am not only narrating the game. You know, even today I played Lights, Camera, Pants, and I did the voices, like, for the SpongeBob characters badly. And like an announcer voice or something. And just that game kind of had more fun dialogue. I don't always do that. I like to skip through dialogue. If I don't think it's interesting, I'm not going to sit there and read all the dialogue and try to voice act it. Don't do that. Oh, I'm going to voice act the game. No one cares. No one wants to sit and watch a playthrough of a game and watch some YouTuber try to voice act it. No one cares. No one's ever going to want to watch that. Not enough people are ever going to watch that. You could maybe get some, oh, wait, I know one person who's going to watch that. No, like, I mean a real thing. You know, but when I stream video games, I literally put in my Titans of the Tide, I put Ask Me Anything. I want it to actually be, when I play the SpongeBob games, what it actually is a way for me to directly engage and talk to my audience. That is my goal. And I can only have that goal if I do other stuff. If you're only a Let's Player, what do you talk to your audience about? You don't do anything else. You don't have anything else to talk about. So I think of it like that. And then if people want to watch it because they want to watch a playthrough, then that's great. Then that's fine. And I criticize the game and I talk about the game, and there's a market for that. But those people who want to watch a playthrough, if they exist, are going to watch my playthrough, and then they're also going to hear me talking about SpongeBob. So they're going to be more entertained while watching the gameplay. So it's a win-win for both kinds of people in the audience who want to watch my thing. Again, none of this is proven to be a great formula. I am still starting out with the live stream stuff. Like my scripted content on my Jackson Fanelli channel, that stuff's proven to be working. All right. I average 10K views a video. You know, it's like, it's going good. Could it do better? Sure. Like, we're trying to move forward, trying to move further. But man, I feel like I'm in a great spot with that. This like live stream highlight stuff, I am just starting out with it. This has not been proven to work. You know, but that's generally the philosophy, is people who like to hear me talk about my SpongeBob stuff will enjoy it. People who want to watch video game stuff will enjoy it. And that together will give it hopefully enough. We'll see how it pans out in the next couple of weeks. I forget you play games. I think most of your fans are just here to ask questions or listen to questions. And that's the point. That is the idea. That is exactly the idea, is that people want to talk to me and engage with me. And that's why I get I want to say decent amount of concurrent viewers on my streams, at least enough that the chat is going forward. I wouldn't say I get a huge amount of concurrent viewers on every stream, but they watch it to engage with me, not because it's the game. Yeah. All right, let's move on from talking about Let's Plays. Two days ago. Oh, this should be fun. Sure. New community guidelines concern. Let's talk about this. For me, as of recently, my incentive has been stuff like being controversial medias. I keep talking to myself about why I like them so much that I would have so many videos if I made videos. Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great subject for a channel. If you want to talk about controversial medias, try to talk about, and I don't know exactly what medias you're talking about. If you'd like to share, sure. If it's controversial, I guess examine why. Always examine both sides of something. If you're allowed to be biased. Like if you examine both sides of, like when I examine AI, I am anti-generative AI in the arts. If I examine AI, I'm gonna say that, you know, I'm gonna be biased towards the anti-AI side. But you also want to understand the other side and talk about it. And sometimes that's almost the more fun side to think about, is the side you disagree with, as we saw when I went over r/AI wars last week. All right, new community guidelines concerns. I am a very small YouTuber. I only have 500 subscribers. That's not nothing, depending on how long you've been doing it. Like, if you've been doing it like less than a year and you have 500 subscribers, I'd say you're in okay shape. Both of my scripted channels I did got 1,000 in less than a year, but I would say that that's slightly above average. So I work as a stand-up comedian, so I've used YouTube to upload clips. Okay, so this is a very different kind of YouTube channel. So this is already very different. This is a person who's using YouTube for their stand-up comedy career, which is a great idea, by the way, if you are a stand-up comedian. But this is also different than your average content creator, because this is someone who's using it as a supplement to a separate kind of career. So let's just keep that in mind going forward, that this person's experience is not the same as the average YouTuber. But if you are a stand-up comedian, I think this is a good idea. Well, 2 weeks ago, I was hit with a warning for a video that I uploaded 5 years ago saying it was anti-Semitic. Oh, okay. I promise you it wasn't. My Jewish friend made jokes about being raised Jewish that were incredibly tame. Okay, it's stand-up comedy. So I actually, from what I know about stand-up comedy, made jokes about my Jewish friend. So I'm not gonna dig into what the joke was. They're not gonna say what it is. I'm not gonna defend it or condone it if I don't know what it is. Obviously, if there was something anti-Semitic about it, that would be wrong. We are, we are for equality on this channel. I was shocked that a video I put up years ago is now getting hit with a warning. Now, YouTube just gave me a strike for a video I put up 4 years ago from a podcast interview where I interviewed an undertaker who talked about a horrific scene he once saw. This time, the strike said I was... Okay, so it's about... I don't know how censorious they get about when you talk about whatever. Okay, it doesn't matter. Am I being specifically targeted, or is this a new phenomenon that many people are experiencing? I feel like I'm losing my mind here. You're not alone, bro. I have never experienced this, what this person is talking about, but I wouldn't say I always talk about SpongeBob. I've talked about spicy subjects. But I've never had this happen. You're not alone, bro. Promise you're not alone. Hashtag Free Palestine is seen as an anti-Semitic hashtag, which is complete BS. Agree. That's ridiculous. Just had a notification. Okay, this is getting a little too political. I'm not gonna. I want to keep it a little bit. Not that I, oppose the conversation, but you're not being singled out. YouTube's been cracking down harder on old content with updated guidelines, so a lot of creators tend to get flagged for stuff that was fine years ago. Okay, I haven't had an experience with this. A lot of content is AI regulated by AI, so it makes a lot of mistakes. You know what? I can't properly... I need to know what he said. Sorry to say. I believe this person, especially like a stand-up comedian. Like, stand-up comedians can be... like, a lot of stand-up comedians tell jokes that are spicy for the sake of being progressive. Like, that's very common. But oftentimes that can be read poorly. Yeah, it's just not my... It's not kind of what I'm talking about. Oh, I don't really know as much about that. A video I'm editing right now is an overview of me making video essay-ish reviews on every SpongeBob Season 8. My goal is to prove why the episode should be more appreciated, but if one had a flaw, I will come with something to fix without removing that. Oh, okay, so FNAF on Fire, you're looking to make videos. Oh, I would love to hear from you more, because I think a great part of this segment of NewTubers would be for me to actually live give advice to someone who wants to be a NewTuber or a YouTuber. How have you ever put out a video? I'll start there. Have you ever put out a video before, or is the video you're describing your first video? Oh, look at this guy. I actually think I can hit 10K subs in 2026. Hey, me too. Me too. I'm at, 9.3K? I'm definitely going to hit 10K subs in 2026. I hope I hit 10K. I think I'll hit 10K subs in February 2026. Let's see if I did. If you're watching this in the later post on Fanelli, if I actually made it by then, I'll let you know. I'll put a little thing. But as of right now, as of this stream, it's not yet there. 9.3K. A few months ago, I decided to take the plunge in YouTube. A few months ago. Oh, wow. They grew faster than me. It's been an absolute grind and moments of self-doubt, and I could comfortably say I believe in myself now, and I genuinely think I can hit 10K subs in 2026. If you're in those early days, don't give up. You'll be shocked how much further you can come in 5 to 6 months. For reference, I'm at around 3,500 subs right now. Wow. I don't know how they got that many subs. You know, you never know these days if this person uses AI. But, I mean, they didn't say that they did, but, you know, you never know. Sometimes with that fast growth, that's, but I'm not going to accuse that of this person. You can grow that fast. You can grow this fast by being a genuine creator. What did I get? This channel, because of the Nosferatu video, I think got to 2,000 subs in like 3 months. And then it got to 2,000. I started the channel in 2024, in November 2024. I got to 2,000 subs by, I want to say January 2025, but it might have been more like 1,500. So let's say I got to 1,500 in January 2020. In January 2025, I was at around 1,500, I think. And then between January 2025 and September of 2025, I went between 1,500 to around 3,000. I think I was at 2,800. My Bizarro Bottom video came out, blew me up in September of 2025. Now I'm at 9,300. So you will start to go real. It snowballs. It goes faster and faster as you get more and more. So this person, as they describe it, could absolutely get to 10K subs in 2026 if they're at 3,500. I was at less than that in last September, and last September was the end of the year, obviously. So now it's January. So if that were January, it'd be like 4 months. Yeah, I would have hit 10K if I got to 3,500 subs in January, I would hit 10K within the year. Yeah. I'd like to get more info about what kind of content they do. You never know. Started December 2024 and projected by October 2025 I'd have enough subs to get monetized. I hit 1K by March and 50K by October. Whoa, what does this person do? Started December. They started the same as me, or around the same. They started a little after me. I wonder what this person did. Sometimes you just hit your stride and start doing a lot better than you expect. They must have some kind of experience, like, again, provided they don't use AI. There's nothing about what these people are saying that make me think that they are, but like you have to like consider that, because that's like one way that these channels like jumpstart themselves. And like they like buy, you know, some channels like buy subs, and like there's a lot of ways that like the numbers go up in a way that I'm going to assume that all of these people are good faith and that they're good creators and they did things right. I'm going to just assume that about these people until proven otherwise. Innocent until proven guilty. You know, that's how I'll say it. So like this person would be 1K by March, 50K. Yeah. So I would say that this person likely has good equipment and experience in order to get those kind of numbers in that amount of time. That is definitely not average. You definitely have, and by the way, that's, you know, good on you. Like, good on you. You know, if you have experience and access to equipment and you use it to get yourself from 1K to 50K subs in that amount of time, good on you. I am happy for you, as long as you didn't use AI. Then I'm happy for you. Sometimes you just hit your stride and start doing a lot better than you expect. So you're saying I might do better than 10K subs in 2026. If so, that's super encouraging. Hey, me too. Let's hope I do. See what goes. Success is not linear and certainly not on YouTube. Good luck, amigo. Certainly. Definitely true. It snowballs. It does snowball. Really appreciate that. I'm at 3,500 right now. It'd be great to update the sub again in a few months. I wish I got more info about what they do. That's amazing. I want discussion. Another proof that consistency is key. It's honestly a solid spot to be in. 3.5K means you've already proven people want what you're making. If you keep, that is kind of true. Yeah. If you get to 3.5K, if you get to, it's also how many subs you get in an amount of time. Like if you're at it for years and you get like 1,000 subs over years, most of those subs are dead subs. But this person in there, the way they describe it, when did they start? Oh, they just said a few months ago, so they weren't clear. A few months ago could mean September. It could mean a lot of things. 3,500. That's still very good. That's still very good for this. Oh, 5 to 6 months. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's 6 months. I'm gonna assume it's 6 months. So that's very good. Yeah, that's definitely true. You get I started in July last year and should be getting 10K end of Feb. Hey, I'm probably hitting 10K end of Feb. Wow, good. Who are these people? Yeah, it is good to see. And again, provided these people don't use AI. It's that person's thing. Check out my Dungeons and Dragons YouTube channel. D&D. That's probably that's what they do. Consistency is key. Is there anything that's like more? Hey, any tips? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, anything is. I mean, I don't need tips. I think pretty good at what I'm. Okay, I don't have any more info on that person, so I am just going to believe that they don't use AI and be happy for them. Let's talk to our friend FNAF on Fire and see if some advice we can give to them. So last I asked you if you've ever put out a video. I've put out a ton of videos since 2017 when I was 10, but I was making videos like a kid, so they sucked. Yeah, that happens. Wait, are you using the same channel than the one when you were 10? Because I would probably advise against that. I mean, I know some people do. You probably just want to start a new channel. If you are. You haven't said if you do or you don't. In 2020, 2021, I started making videos about SpongeBob and Wii Sports, which grew my channel really fast suddenly, but I was making too many videos, so I eventually burnt myself out and slowed down. Oh, okay. So if you have been posting it on the same one when you were a kid, but you already have momentum, so maybe maybe that wasn't the best idea, but probably best to not start over if you have a foundation already. Ever since then, like 2023, I've been trying to make better videos, but I became a perfectionist, so I came up with a ton of ideas, but I struggled to make them, and high school was a major reason. I've been out of high school for half a year, taking a gap year, but I've still been struggling to release videos. The videos haven't been getting the attention they used to get, but they're better. Okay, so yeah, so you're young, so you just graduated. So you're like early college. Man, I am... everyone learns at a different pace, but I am pretty glad that I didn't make YouTube videos my freshman year of college. Because I don't know how strong I would have been on them. Not saying you're in the same place. I haven't seen your work. I started making videos when I was 25. I actually was a little older than usual, I would say. I know 25 is young, but like I think most YouTubers do start around that time, like 19, 20. Like I think I was actually a little older than usual, which I think helped me a little bit because I had a lot of experience going in with like other stuff. Yeah, so what do you think that you are struggling the most with when you go to make a video? What do you think is like the hardest hurdle for you? We'll go from there. I'm trying to find... Oh, this is... All right, let's look at this one. How do you deal with knowing your own voice is holding your videos back? That must be a hard thing to have to ask yourself. I had to work on my voice a bit this past year to be more conversational. I am trained in voice and speech. I actually was trained in Shakespeare, and I was too big. If you watch some of my videos, even from this channel from like a year ago, the way that I used to talk was so much bigger and had a lot less personality than the way I talk in my videos now. I don't know if that's exactly what this person is saying, but I did kind of go through this, but I always had a good voice. I always had a strong speaking voice. I have had strong vocal training, all that sort of stuff. So I don't know if I would fully relate to this person's struggle. They might have more difficulty than that. So we'll see what they say. I'm a really small creator, under 500 subs, and no, in fact, my voice is the biggest thing holding my channel back. I have a pretty heavy accent, but honestly, even in my native language, I don't like how my voice sounds. It's not just the accent, the tone, pacing. It's not just the accent, it's the tone, the pacing. So they native language, so English is their second language. So if their grammar isn't perfect, hey, it's not their first language, so I understand. It's totally okay. I know people say everyone hates their own voice, but I know mine actually hurts retention. This actually, if you hate your own voice, you get desensitized to it. I hear my own voice all the time. Does not bother me. Used to bother me. My own voice does not bother me. I hear it. I hear my own voice for hours now when I edit. It means nothing to me, my own voice. So you do get desensitized to hearing your own voice the more you do it. But I don't have any issues with my voice. Like, I like my voice. So I think if someone didn't like their voice, it's probably a little harder to move past that. So I understand. And there's also other senses of anxiety that can do that. I feel for this person, the way that they talk, or the way that they're, not the way that they talk, I haven't heard them talk, the what they're saying, like, I feel for this person. I really wish the best for this person, like, because they sound like they really want one. I know people say everyone hates their own voice, but I know mine actually hurts retention. Because of that, I tried to compensate with editing. Over the past few months, I've put a lot of work into learning editing, pacing, sound effects, cuts, visuals. I say my editing is genuinely good now and way better than the average YouTuber. Wow. Good trying out. Wow. Good trying with that. Hi, I tend not to say anything in chat, but I just want to say hi. Hi! I tried to fry pan, no spaces. Well, welcome. Thank you for being a dedicated lurker. I only like my voice when I speak English. Oh, interesting. Well, if you'd like to share, what other languages do you speak? I only speak English, but my fiance speaks English, Spanish, and Japanese. Okay. Anyway, so something that I'll say about this is that there are things that you can't overcompensate for. It's good that this person learned about editing. That's awesome. If you have a thing that's lacking, and I haven't heard this person's voice, but if this person's voice is the problem, the editing's not going to solve it. There's nothing you can do to obfuscate a thing that is lacking. You're not able to cover it. It's like there's this technique. So let's say you're a singer and you get let's say you're a singer and you want to be in Disney Broadway musicals. Like, you want to play the candlestick in Beauty and the Beast. You want to be the candlestick in Beauty and the Beast. You want to be Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast. That's your dream role. You want to be Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast. That's a hard song to sing. Like, Be Our Guest is a difficult song. I know this from my knowledge of music. I played Lumiere, and that's why it came to my mind. I played Lumiere in community theater production. Actually, it didn't go up because of COVID, but I did play the part, and I did learn. Well, I did learn the part, and I learned the song. I didn't get to go up in the role. Anyway, when I was learning that song, I am a natural baritone. It's a very difficult song to sing. You think it's easy because you're like, oh, it's just a Disney song. It's a very difficult song to sing correctly. Some of the notes and just the way you have to do it. And you're doing a French accent. You do a French accent when you play Lumiere or Be Our Guest, So, what I worked on with my voice teacher at the time when I was learning the role is not using the voice, the French accent, to obfuscate that I was having trouble hitting the notes. The only way for me to play the part was to hit the notes. It was the only way. I had to hit the notes. This was for the audition, when we were working on the audition. It was like, the only way you're going to get this part is if you actually hit the notes. You can't hide that you can't hit the notes because of the voice. And so I worked it really hard, learned some good techniques, and I learned how to hit the notes in the song. And I did the voice and I did the song. But my point is, to compare it to this, is I could not and you could not obfuscate the fact that you can't hit the notes by doing a voice. Just as this person can't obfuscate any shortcomings that may come of their voice, if they have shortcomings with their voice, by doing other editing. Because it's still going to be there. You're not addressing the root of the problem. Some people might not notice. If I did a voice and didn't actually hit the notes, I'm sure there's plenty of people that wouldn't really notice, but there's people who would, and that's what would matter. The only way to actually properly present the thing to the whole of the audience is to do it all correctly. Now, it's great they learn the editing, and I think they understand that the editing isn't going to make a difference. But despite that, my average view duration is still around 20%, and on my best videos, maybe 30 to 35% max. That makes me think people click, hear my voice, and dip immediately. Wait, that's not bad. That's not bad. Wait, that's not bad. That's not a bad number. 30 to 35. Watch, like, let's see. Let's actually, I'm going to show some of mine. Let me just find it. I'm going to have it disappear for a second. Oh, hi there. There I am. Yeah, let me find some of mine, actually. What are some that did well? I'm going to do, like, my best performing videos. Or I'll do my best and, like, ones that are, like, fine. Ones that, like, did okay. Because it's actually important to look at ones that did well and ones that didn't do well. So we'll get Bizarro Bottom. We'll get Doodle Bob. We'll get Dying for Pie. We'll get my AI video. And we'll do SpongeBob and Patrick's Timeline Twist Up, because that's the most recent, really high-performing video. Where'd that go? Where's that one? Where's my SpongeBob and Patrick's Timeline? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Let me get my charts up here. Hold on. I'm going to show it to you guys in just a second. All right, let me just get all of them ready. Okay. And I'll put them in order of when they came out. So Bizarro, Dying for Pie came first. Okay. So here we go. And here we go. Okay. All right. So so this person said that despite that, my average view duration is still around 20%, and on my best videos, maybe 30 to 35% max. That makes me think people click, hear my voice, and dip immediately. Okay. I don't know how many, under 500 subs. That's very low. So they probably get very low views. So this is Dying for Pie. This is 46%. Wow, this one's high. Okay, this one's really high. My view duration. So if you look at it, this is around when it's like pittering out. So like I would say usually around here, usually around this part of the video, I would say like this is about the end. So like I could reasonably say Dying for Pie, 30% of people watched to the end. Okay. Dying for Pie got 50,000 views, I want to say. So around 20,000 people watched this video to like functionally the very end. Obviously, if you go to like right here, this is probably when I'm saying like, hey, come subscribe to the channel. You lose retention there, you know, all that sort of stuff. That's normal. That happens. I love that video. I watched it 5 times in a row. May go back and rewatch. Yeah, this is a good one. This is my most popular video that is positive. And honestly, of all the positive videos to be my most popular, I am glad it's this one. I am glad it's this one. Because this might be my favorite episode of SpongeBob. So I actually am glad that this is the one. And you know what's funny? In this one, I don't show my face. This is one of the few videos where I don't show my face. That might have upped my view percentage because I had to overcompensate for not showing my face by like doing more editing stuff. Like I had to do a lot more editing things in it. Yeah, like look, and then he says like that probably would have just been my face. So maybe that upped my view percentage. Maybe I shouldn't have maybe I should be faceless, huh? It's so much more work to be faceless though, and I want to show my face in the videos. That's the first video you've ever seen of me. Yeah. So this is probably high. So let's look at this one. This is Bizarro Bottom. This is my most popular video. This video has 300,000 views. This put me on the map. This video, I owe everything on my channel to this video. To Bizarro Bottom. To this frame. This frame from SpongeBob happening to get people's attention is the foundation of my career. So this video, average percentage viewed, 28.9%. It's low. So the reason it's low, though, it's lower than you. I'm sorry, not low. It's lower than usual. So like, also, I don't know if they're referring to the percentage. I assume they're referring to this percentage Average percentage viewed, not percentage at the end, because that's a different number. Like 15%, 14% watched to the end. Video got 300,000 views. 15% functionally watched to the end. That means 45,000 people actually watched the video to the end. 45,000. That's actually all it means. 300,000 looks like a lot, but 45,000 is the actual real number of views if you count actual viewership. Because look at how much it drops immediately. And again, this is a successful video. You can look 26 seconds, 69% retention. 30% of people already gone at 26 seconds. Yet this video is popular enough to be the foundation of my career. So don't get discouraged on that. Most videos immediately drop off. Doodlebob is higher. This one got 100,000 views, and that is 38%. My AI video, this is a long video. This is a 44-minute video. So it's going to be longer down there. SpongeBob and Patrick's Timeline Twist Up. This is a longer video too. 32%. So 32%, 26%, 38%, 46%. Wow, this one's high. That one's really high. I wonder if it has to do with... Maybe I should do more editing and then... It takes so long though. Might be worth it. So that's actually not so bad, but you are getting you're getting very few views. I think with few views, this isn't that bad. I guess 20%'s not great. I don't have 20% on 26% on this one, but this one's longer. 28%, but this one has 28% because it blew up. But yeah. Yeah. My native language is Malay. I'm from Malaysia. I'm also learning Japanese, but I'm still a beginner. Well, best of luck. You could also just call me Robbie, R-A-B-I. That's my nickname. Well, that's nice. Thank you for sharing. Awesome. Well, best of luck learning Japanese. Thank you for sharing your background with us. Let's see. Okay. So that's not horrible. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, okay. So under 500 subs, clearly not getting a lot of viewership, clearly not getting a lot. It could be the voice. Okay. So I wanted to ask other creators, did you train it, ignore it, lean into it, or work around it? Did you stop caring if you ever did? I'm not trying to quit or use an artificial voice, but with each day, it feels like I'm accomplishing nothing. Wow, I am so proud of this person. Still not using not even considering using AI. Respect. There's so many. You get that. So, I have a thick accent. I have to use AI. Why? What? And first of all, I want to hear more people with accents. I actually, I like diversity. People with thick accents should use AI. So what? So it can sound like a white guy? Is that what this person does not believe that. They don't want to use AI. But that's, there are people who say that, I have a thick accent, I have to use AI. Wow. Very, very proud of this person. For that. Did you train it, ignore it, lean into it, or work around it? Yeah, I wouldn't have much knowledge on how to work on an accent specifically. There definitely are things that you can do. There are also plenty of YouTubers with thick accents where they just kind of lean into it. Sometimes people like to hear thick accents. Sometimes it's a unique part of you. Let's see what the people of Reddit have to say. When I started thinking about doing videos, I realized I had a voice that sounded like I had a permanent head cold, so I looked up techniques to fix it, and it turned out to be super easy. Still sounded like me, but clearer. I don't know if there's an easy fix for your vocal quality, but you should look into it before assuming you can't change. That's true. That's so true. That is so true. And again, yeah, I don't exactly know. I mean, I'm pretty sure vocal training, actors do vocal training. Actors do other accents. There are, there's a lot of British actors who have to do American accents when they play American characters, like Tom Holland, the guy from House. Like they're British and then they play Americans and they have to do American accents. So there's a lot you can do to tweak your voice a little bit. Not saying that this person, whatever accent they have, they should try to sound American. They should try to sound like their accent, like the way that they talk, but clearer. That's what their goal should be. I don't think that people with accents should try to sound American. I was just using that example as in, like, there are British people who need to sound American to play roles, which is different. But I think this person should find the best way to speak with their accent and preserve their accent and be proud of their accent. Because I like diversity. I like people who have different accents, people who talk different. By the way, I do talk a little differently in my videos or even when I'm presenting. I actually am, I don't know if it comes out a lot, but I am Italian, and I actually come out a little bit, like, you might hear it, but I do have a little bit of a New Yorker affect that you probably don't hear in my videos. My voice, when I talk in my videos, but I do actually have a little bit of a New Yorker affect to it. When I actually talk, when it's, it's funny. I'm like thinking right now, can I like talk normal to show them? And I can't make myself talk normal right now because I'm so aware that I'm performing that it's almost like second nature. Like I almost would have to do like a voice that's like a voice, but so I did kind of train a little bit of the way I talk out of myself. Comes out when I'm really heated. It can be very New Yorker. I can't share a link to a video because Automod assumes it's self-promo. That's probably fair for a sub like this. So just look up things on fixing nasality if it's about being hypernasal. Like Fran from The Nanny, do the opposite. Oh, this is the person who's helping with this. Basically, there isn't the right balance of sound going through your nose versus the mouth, and the quick fix is to smile as you talk. If you've ever done choir singing and gotten used to that round vowel sound they like, you basically have to break the habit of using all your air for sound. An exercise I did after learning about it was to practice saying things and varying how much sound I put through my nose versus my mouth just while I was driving to work and stuff. So this is advice for people who sound nasally, not for people with accents, just so you know. I understand the insecurity, but also think of all the YouTubers, musicians, actors, etc. who have so iconic and loved partially because their voice is different. So true. Definitely true. Definitely true. Definitely true. You see, like, yeah. I'm trying to think of any off the top of my head, but they do exist. We spend so much time trying to be like everyone else when our greatest gift is our differences. That said, working on different miking techniques, above, below, closer, lav mic, EQing your voice in post, doing vocal exercises, other basic speech techniques. I don't think miking and doing stuff to your voice in post is going to make much of a difference if the issue is your accent. I mean, these are good things to do. You should mic. Vocal exercises, other basic speech techniques. I think an important thing to know, though, about like this is it's a very nice sentiment. It's a very nice sentiment. It's a very nice sentiment that like there are people who have thick accents who are loved for their accents. They do have to talk in a way that is understandable and that does sound good. So there is a possibility, and I didn't hear this person's accent. There is a possibility that this person, the way they talk, just sounds bad. It is possible. So I wouldn't want it to be like, oh, like, then I'm fine then because, I sound like this foreign actor that everyone loves. It might not be the case. You kind of have to examine your voice or do something with your voice. But I do think that this is good advice in the sense of don't try to work on not having an accent if you have an accent. Embrace your accent. Just have a version of the accent where you sound good. Just practice and it'll be fine. It takes time to be comfortable with your voice. Yeah, this person could also be struggling that they have an insecurity with their voice too. Like they could be insecure about it. I know everyone hates their own voice. Like they don't like to listen to their own voice. Being honest here, it's probably not your voice. A lot of people like a unique voice. I have a speech problem mixed in with East Coast Canadian accent, which makes pronouncing certain words a pain in the butt for me. I was always self-conscious about it, but the amount of people that told me that they actually liked how unique my voice was and way of talking was just astounding. Did you just start putting videos out? I found myself doubts about my voice disappeared the more videos I edited. True. How long have they been doing videos? I mean, they must have been doing videos. I would assume like if they had been doing videos for like a month and they already had 500 subs, I don't think they'd be super worried. You know what I mean? Like they've probably been doing it, I would say minimum 6 months. If you're at 6 months and you only have 500 subs and you're like nervous about where you're going to go, at minimum, it could even be a year. Like it could be longer. Could absolutely be longer. Absolutely longer. There's an entire subreddit of voice actors who offer to record things for me. I think it's literally... Oh, this got negative upvote. Oh, there's an entire subreddit of voice actors who offer to record things for me. I think it's literally called "Record This for Me." You could post something. So this person, that's why they got downvoted. They're saying that they should give up and try to get someone else to voice their videos. Yeah, that's bad advice. I mean, there could be a point where, I mean, record this for me. I don't think that's a real solution. But like the sentiment of like you could find a voice actor for your channel, like you write the videos and you put it. There's probably some people, like maybe people who literally can't speak, that like would have to do that. I don't think this person, as they describe it, is that severe. I would doubt it. You won't build a channel identity if it's a different voice in every video. That's true. That is absolutely true. Oh my God, some jerk. They're telling them to use AI. Offer a utility called Voice Changer. It lets you record your voice live and transfer it to one of their AI models. It's far superior way to doing AI because it can pick up... I'm downvoting this. Because it can pick up inflection and tonal changes that AI just can't do. At least they acknowledge that. That is so sinister. It's still AI though. Tried that a few months back. It kept my accent. Unfortunately, I haven't tried this. If it genuinely is your voice, what you posted as a test, is no guarantee what it is. That is an option. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Nope. Nope. Don't do that. Do not do that. Embrace imperfection. Work on pacing, not accent. No, there's not. Enough with the AI. I'm glad they're getting downvoted. The people who tell them to use AI are getting downvoted. There are AI tools that can clone your voice but make it sound cleaner or even translate your content to other languages. That's just generating voices. I'm personally against getting someone else to voice your videos. It feels wrong. Oh yeah, I mean for your own, like I wouldn't want someone else to voice my videos. I like that I'm the one who writes the videos. They're my opinions and I'm the one saying them. There's a value to that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hire someone else to do my videos. But in theory, like you said, I'm personally against. So you mean if you did, oh no, I'm personally against getting someone else to voice your videos. It feels wrong. I think I don't think there's anything wrong. Hiring a presenter to voice your videos, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I guess it could come off a little inauthentic, I guess. But I don't mind that as long as you as long as you have an agreement with the person, like if you pay them or if they have a cut of the channel or something. As long as it's a human voice, Nobody likes how their own voice sounds. Oh, false. I love how my voice sounds. I hate mine, and I've had people ask me to become a podcaster. Some people, like, if you hate your own voice, it doesn't mean you have a bad voice, though. It does not. There are, like, I believe this. A person could hate their voice and be good enough to be a podcaster. I mean, I don't know if this person is good enough to be a podcaster. I haven't heard their voice. But you could be someone who hates their voice and be good enough to be a podcaster. All right. I don't know much. Readable I'll do one more comment on this. Readable subtitles plus add relevant visuals on screen and you should be good. You could also make videos in your native language. People watch foreign films and shows with English subtitles all the time. In fact, you might have a better chance of standing out. There's demand for your content in your niche that's spoken in your native language. Overall, I do think you're at a disadvantage, but as long as you have subtitles as a means for the viewer to understand you, it won't hold back a potential viral video from going viral. This person is very incorrect. They're being nice. Like, this person is being nice, and they're definitely saying what they're saying in good faith, this person is very incorrect in a lot of ways. Readable subtitles. Number one, you do not want like typed out subtitles on your whole video. So like sometimes I'll make YouTube shorts, and in shorts you want to have the little subtitles on the bottom go with it, you know, where it like highlights like in yellow the thing that you're saying. You don't want that. I'm sorry, you do want that on a short or on a TikTok video. You do want that because of the way that people consume TikTok, the way that people consume shorts. You do want that on that. You don't want that on a whole YouTube video. It doesn't, there are definitely channels that do it, probably channels that are successful that do it. You don't want that. I had a few times where I'll have like text pop up for like emphasis. Like sometimes you can do it for emphasis, but you do not want your whole video subtitle. First of all, that is a huge undertaking to subtitle your whole video. Like maybe you can do it where an AI, but not generative AI, but there are things that will understand your text that's in your video and type it out for you, which is fine. That is not generative AI. But it's not worth it, because if you did that, it would just appear on the screen. But like, yeah, don't put subtitles on your whole long form video. Don't put subtitles on the whole thing. There are built-in subtitles that like people can add. I know they're not good or whatever, but most people don't really watch YouTube videos with subtitles. It's not common. Whereas with TikTok, people scroll their phone in places where they can't have sound on a lot, like in like a doctor's office or something. So like if your TikTok has like text on it, then they could still watch it even if there's not sound on. So that's kind of the main difference why TikTok videos have sound, or why TikTok videos would have subtitles and a long form video on YouTube wouldn't, because it's just distracting. It takes away from the subtitles being on screen, takes away from the viewers who don't want to watch with subtitles. And that is a far larger amount of your audience, the people who do want subtitles, and the people who do want subtitles can just turn on the subtitles that are already there on YouTube, which again aren't perfect, but are there. Add relevant visuals on screen. Like that's not gonna save you. Like it's good to have relevant visuals on screen always. You could also make videos in your native language. Did they say what their native language was? They don't say what their native language was, unless I missed it. But they do not say their native language. So that really depends. Like, yeah, I guess if your native language is Spanish, a lot of people speak Spanish, but, you know, like, you can really limit yourself depending on the population of your native language. Even if it is Spanish, like, pretty much on YouTube, this is just a fact, like no language other than English is going to get as much, you know, like it's going to have as much reach. I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions, you know, but I think if you do videos in a native language, whatever this person's native language is, it would have to be subjects that appeal to the people who mostly speak that language, which might be difficult for this person if this person is... I assume, I don't think they said, but I assume that this person would be like an immigrant, you know, because they have a heavy accent and they had a native language. So they probably moved to either America or Europe. It doesn't say where they live, you know, and learned English after their native language. So they probably are more inclined to make videos that are for the place that they currently live, not if they even did live in this other country too. There's so much we don't know about this person, but I think that this is bad advice to say to make videos in the native language, because you are limiting yourself. People watch foreign films and shows with English subtitles all the time. Horrible. That is horrible advice. That does not apply to YouTube at all. If you are having trouble with an accent and you just make videos in your original language, there are not people who speak English who are going to watch them with subtitles. That is not going to happen. There is 0% chance of that happening. That is not. I have never once watched a video that was not in English with English subtitles. I am sorry. This, and I'm not saying no one ever does, but this would never be. You're telling this to a person who has 500 subs, who has under 500 subs. This is delusional, you know? And again, like, this person didn't think before. This person didn't think this through. But this is a delusional thing to think, that if you're some channel that's under 500 subs, you're going to do stuff in your native language, and people who speak English are going to watch it with subtitles. That will never happen when you're a small YouTuber. People watch foreign films and shows with English subtitles all the time. Yeah, you mean like Squid Game? Like, yeah, like one of the most prolific foreign shows that crossed cultural boundaries. That's the bar? Like, that's what you're putting on this person who has under 500 subs, that they have to be as popular as something like Squid Game and get like, and break through. Do you know how hard it is for foreign films and shows to get mainstream attention to the point where people watch it dubbed and subbed in other countries? It's not easy, all right? It's not easy. You got to be really prolific in your original language in order to do that. In fact, you might have a better chance of standing out if there's demand for content in your niche that's spoken in your native language. That would be true if that's the case. But, like, you know, if I had wheels, I'd be a wagon. Like, you know, like what does that mean? Yeah, if there's a demand for your content in your niche that's spoken in your native language. I think it's not. I think that it's not. I think the niche that this person is going for is for a English-speaking audience. Overall, I do think you're at a disadvantage, but as long as you have subtitles, it means for you to understand you. It won't hold back your potential viral video from going viral. That just kind of also shows the mindset. Viral video from going viral. Like, it's not... Come on. Again, this person is being nice. They're being nice. They're trying to give advice. It's just bad advice. It's just bad advice, but they're trying. But it's that idea, potential viral video from going viral. Like, I just think that's very telling of the not really fully understanding what it takes to be in the arts, what it takes to be successful in the arts. Like, a viral video from going viral, it's all about that lottery ticket mentality. Ooh, this one's going to go viral. You want consistent growth. Again, eventually one video is going to blow you up. That does happen. It happened to me. But viral video from going viral is not actually a good attitude for that. All right. Hopefully it's not artificial voice. I personally find that thing super annoying. Okay, let's agree with this person. Let's upvote this person just for saying that. Just for saying that. Okay, I want to find a specific subject I really wanted to talk about. Oh, yeah, for me, I wouldn't get someone else to voice my videos. If I couldn't voice a video, I actually just use text-to-speech or just plain record my... Don't use text-to-speech, because that's bad. I don't know if you mean AI or just text-to-speech. You should do neither for a video that is supposed to be entertainment. Yeah, don't ever use... because you're not you at that point if it's text-to-speech. It should always be, not you, it should always be a human. A human should always voice the video. Watch my anti-AI video. I explain all of it. I'm not going to get into the whole thing. I've repeated myself plenty of times on it. But yeah, don't do that. Some videos I've tried to edit to use a SpongeBob AI voice, irrelevant, but voice to voice. Probably a good thing I never finished them, so I can come back to them and make sure my voice is being used. Oh, gotcha. So that was back when then, and maybe did I teach you that? Like, did I sway you on that? Like, you had an AI voice in an old thing that you made. Did I actually sway you? It's okay if I didn't. If I didn't sway, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me just to be nice. Like, I actually want to know. Like, if it's true, it's true. I once used a text-to-speech, not old one, not like a clone voice, because I was pretty anxious about my voice and people don't understand me, but honestly, I'd probably do it myself. Yeah, the whole thing is, like, different now. I mean, I think it would be bad to use text-to-speech, like, even, like, 10 years ago, like a Stephen Hawking voice or something, just because it's, like, you know, human ideas should be presented by a human, you know? I think it's really that simple, you know? Text-to-speech, like the, like, turn left at the thing, like, that's fine for GPSs or whatever. Like, that's just a reality of the modern world. They don't have to sound like people, though. I don't think they should sound like people. Also, YouTube has subtitles by itself. Yeah, exactly. I don't watch videos in a different language with English subs. This just reminded me of how I clicked on a video that YouTube auto-translated the title. I was greeted with YouTube's auto-dub feature. I hate it. Yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of problems with that. Man, I got a weird thing. When they released that, the YouTube auto-dub feature, I got, like, comments on my videos, like, multiple. Like, only, like, 3 or 4. But they all said, like, thank you for auto translating the voice, like really fake seeming comments. I got like really fake comments that said, thank you for auto dubbing this video. And then I never saw comments like that again on any video, because I know YouTube like automatically does it, or like you have to like make it not do it. I don't know. I don't worry about it. It's like whatever. Might sound like I'm being fake, but for some reason the term viral kind of irritates me. Well, viral is not good. Do you know what viral means? Going viral means one thing gets really blows up and then nothing else after that. That is, you don't want viral. Like, I guess you could say with, like, I guess you could consider like, oh, my Bizarro Bottom video went viral. Like, you could maybe call it that. But I used that to prop up the rest of my career. But viral really just implies like you're Charlie bit my finger and you just like blow up because you're Charlie bit my finger. But like, what's Charlie doing now? You know, it's, I'm sure Charlie's rich, you know, but I don't think there's really much else from that. You are definitely encouraging me to stray away from AI. Oh, cool. I'm really happy. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, that's why I do what I do. I mean, and like, how can people know if I don't tell them? If I don't make the arguments, how can people know that AI is bad until I tell them? Once I tell you, you know, no excuse after that. But how can I, you know, you really got to think those things through a lot. Like, that's why I'm here. I want to explain things to people. I never want people to feel dumb for not already knowing the things that I say. That's the reason I say them, is because they're hard to know. Why would I make a whole YouTube channel where I say things that are obvious? I say things that are complicated. Hi, I've been lurking for an hour now. Just wanted to wish you luck on your endeavors. Rock on, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay, I want to do one more, and I really do want to find a post that is in the context of someone like thinking that there's like a cheat code. I really want to find something like that because I really want to discuss that, and I need a post to really anchor that. I hate AI ever since the beginning. Heck, my classmates make me hate AI even way before because it stops being genuine. Oh, your classmates keep using AI? That sucks. Must be awful. I'm so glad I graduated before AI was a big thing. I'm so glad. I graduated in 2022. I know like variants of it existed, but there was no ChatGPT when I was in college. Thank goodness. Not that I would have used it, but like just like other people. And I was a writing major. Oh my goodness. I would have lost my mind. Because a big part of my writing major was I had to critique other people's scripts. They were writing them with AI. I mean, I was in a master's program. I really doubt they would have let that slide. But people would try to get away with it because people are lazy. Okay, I really want to find... Do you respond to every single comment? I already talked about that. Let me go to best of all time. Let's do, top of all time. Yeah, top of all time. Maybe I'll find what I'm looking for. I said thanks for 40 subscribers and they all unsubscribed. Like, guys, this isn't funny. Seriously. What? Wait, what? That's a joke, right? It's the most upvoted. Oh, no, it's not. It was the first thing. I did top of all time. Why is this top, but this has more upvotes? How do they decide top? I'm trying to... Man, I want to find something more spicy. I've officially made it. I made 14 cents on YouTube. Honestly, that does feel good when you like first get that. Like, I remember like the first day. Well, when I got monetized, I would actually say probably the first day on YouTube, I probably made like $50 or something. Like the first day I made money because I was having a video blow up already. It was on my gaming channel and I was having a video that was like blowing up. So you probably made a good amount. You usually make a good amount on your first day. I made 14 cents. In all seriousness, I can't believe I'm actually monetized. Actually, you know what? This is kind of a self-report, to be honest. If on your first day being monetized, you made 14 cents, that means that you crawled to that finish line. Because I've gotten 2 channels monetized, the gaming channel and the I guess I'll call it the SpongeBob channel. Supposed to be a media analysis channel, not just SpongeBob. I've gotten 2 channels monetized, and both of them got monetized because of a big video blowing up and getting a bunch of subs and watch hours that makes it go over the line like immediately. Like it just jumps up. So like my first day being monetized on either of those videos, you make like $50 or something, you know, like just from the amount of views you get on that video that is currently blowing up. So this is almost like a self-report. Not saying it's definitely this, but it's almost like the idea that this person just let me see. But in all seriousness, I can't believe I'm actually monetized. I got incredibly lucky with a viral video. So all I needed was a total of 25 videos over a year with an 8-month gap between when it stopped uploading to get monetized. Let's have a discussion. What goal have you recently completed or are close to completing? Wait, 25 videos? I feel like if it went viral, why would your first day make you 14 cents? If you have a video going viral and it got you monetized, you'd probably get even even if a video gets like 2K views and like even if it was at the tail end and it was slowing down, but if you get like, I don't know, these numbers don't add up. Maybe they're just being funny. Numbers don't add up. I recently got monetized, stoked about the $10 I made so far. Just excited to be there. But like that does make sense. Like the first day being like I could believe that. Yeah, like I could believe that. Like like you probably have a video that's doing like decently well and it blows up. Like I could believe that your like first day being monetized is $10. But 14 cents does not make sense to me. Unless you crawled to the finish line. We're doing like a bunch of things that like you barely get views anyway, but you just like went over that finish line. But with 25 videos over a year, that does not sound like that. 25 videos a year. What, there's 52 weeks in a year. That would be 1 video every 2 weeks on average. And they said an 8-month gap. Oh, over a year. It's not a lot of videos. I mean, I got monetized in fewer than that many videos, I think, on both my channels. I mean, it took me like 3 videos to get on Jackson Fanelli monetized. What was it, 4? Nosferatu was like the 4th video. But I was already experienced at YouTube at that point. Took me a lot longer. Probably took me around 25 videos to get monetized on the gaming channel, which was the first channel I got monetized. I'm really trying to find people who are talking about... Maybe it's because these are the popular posts. YouTube turned into garbage after ChatGPT. Yeah, I don't want to talk about AI. I have time. Watch my r/anti-AI video over on Fanelli. Go subscribe to Fanelli. Got a whole thing. Not r/AI wars. 2.5-hour video of me just debunking AI wars. It's a great video. Highly recommend it. You should go down and subscribe to Fanelli. It's all posted and all that. Also, make sure to like the stream if you like the stream. I heard you're supposed to ask that sometimes. I don't think I have. All right, let's go with this one. I think this should be the finale. It's not someone who's like delusional and like thinks that they have a cheat code, which is what I was kind of looking for. I know I've seen them on NewTubers, but they probably aren't the popular posts. I'm looking at the most popular posts. Should look at the least popular posts. Ooh, I should sort by controversial. Should have done that. All right, I might have to do that after this. But let's see. This is a good one. Okay. You aren't popular because your videos aren't good. Usually true. Sometimes your videos are good and it just takes a while for it to happen. That's usually, like we talked about earlier, when you get the 500 to 3K views and good feedback. Sometimes it's like that, but usually this is correct. Sorry for coming in hot here. Coming in hot. But I'm so tired of the hyper-focus on thumbnails, titles, the algorithm, and all the other BS other than making good videos in this subreddit. Well, okay. Other than making good videos, so the problem with this, I don't actually think that we should get too mad at that. Because making good videos depends on the kind of videos you do. Like, if you're, let's say you're a stand-up comedian, and you're posting your stand-up on YouTube, the way that you get more views is to just be a funnier comedian. So, like, that's kind of the baseline. Like, you just have to be a funny comedian. But let's say you're like the funniest comedian in the world, but you're terrible at thumbnails and titles. Let's say you do that, and it's just like you don't even do a thumbnail. This would be an important place for you to discuss that. If you were, or the algorithm, when to post, what to post for. Like there are important things with that. Like if you're a comedian and you're funny enough, you need to know about this. But let's say it's the other side of the coin. Let's say you're a comedian and your whole channel is just your stand-up comedy, but you aren't funny. You're an awful comedian. What should we do? Should we have posts on the NewTubers subreddit that tell you how to be a good comedian? That's a different subject. That's about being good at stand-up comedy or good at writing. You could probably talk about good writing or good presenting. That other person was talking about their voice. So I get it. But other than making good videos is so specific, And I think one difficult thing about this sub is that there are two kinds of people on this sub. There's people who know how to make good videos and there's people who don't. And the people who know how to make good videos who are on this sub are really going to benefit from people talking about thumbnails and titles and the algorithm, because that's the thing that you got to know if you are good at it. But people who aren't good at making videos, they're going to come over here and they're going to think that what's wrong is thumbnails and titles and the algorithm when they're just making garbage content, when they're just making retro let's play whatever, like that other guy was talking about. Like that's a big that's a big problem with this. This person's so angry. They are very angry. I thought that this person was going to be more honest, especially with you aren't popular because your videos are good. Okay. Very blunt. Sorry for coming in hot here. Like I respect that, coming in hot. I like that phrase, but just, there's a lot of cursing and just like the language. Every person who posts here is just looking for some reason why they aren't successful other than their videos being bad. I don't know. I don't really curse much. I'm not a big cursor. I'm not a big cursor. Never really have been. Aren't successful. I mean, yeah. This is kind of true. Like there are people who do this. But yeah, I wish more questions in the subreddit were from actual creators looking for advice on how to actually make good videos that people like to watch. There are, though. I mean, we looked at a few. We looked at a couple, But yeah, I get it. Instead, it's a bunch of a-holes trying to figure out what blend of AI tools they need to use to trick people into watching their slop. People are doing... I think you're conflating people who are on this sub with people who do that. I agree. There are people who want to use AI tools to trick people into watching their slop. I don't really love the term slop. I use it sparingly. There are people who do that, and there are people who are on NewTubers who aren't very talented. I don't think they're the same, though. There could be. Edit getting downvoted because some people can't accept the fact that algorithm getting downvoted. Okay. I think maybe you're getting downvoted because you're just a little too rough, man. You're a little too rough around the edges. It's crazy. They ask you for feedback, and then when you provide valid feedback, they nearly always debate you on why you're wrong. That's true. People do that. You know what? I haven't really seen that on this sub today. Maybe we'll have to revisit this sub at some point and look at less popular posts. I have had that in real life, though. I have had that conversation. I have had this. I've had this, but a real conversation multiple times. Not fun. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see what this person says. Yeah, I'm a professional videographer who only has a part-time YouTube channel as a creative outlet and somewhere to put my portfolio pieces. I'm in the process of building a production company and don't have any intention of being a full-time YouTuber. My aspirations reach well beyond YouTube. That's good. That's actually really good to do that. I'm like that too. My aspirations are beyond YouTube, but also use YouTube. That's a good attitude to have. Some people, they just make their career on YouTube. It's fine the other way around too, but I still know a lot about videos and cameras and lighting and like to give advice when I can encourage people. Unfortunately, 95% of the kids here don't care about learning better production and story techniques, even if it's just using their phone and desk lamp. They only care about gaming the algorithm with titles and thumbnails. This is just a very universal criticism of thinking that universally people are like this. I don't think it's that they only care about gaming the algorithm. I think they're just confused. I think the people are just confused. And I think the problem is that this NewTuber sub, it isn't for people who are bad at making videos. It's for people who are good at making videos but need help knowing how to present them. But it can't say that, you know. It can't like keep the people who are bad at making videos off of it. There's no reasonable way to do that. So the people who are bad at making videos are looking for answers here, when what they should be doing is they should be looking for answers in the parts that they're bad at. If they're bad at writing, they should look at writing, you know, advice. r/writing, is that the thing? r/writing advice. For filming, you know, how to set up a camera, how to do all this stuff. And sometimes people just aren't ready to start a YouTube channel. Sometimes it just takes a few years in life. You know, sometimes you just need to understand who you are and what you believe and how you can put it out there. You know? Views in a vacuum. But if your channel is good, if your channel itself is good, you're probably going to get like low views on videos that you would consider good. But once you get to a certain point, you're gonna get there. I think good content, like actually good content, I actually do believe that it does guarantee views. If you don't make other really crucial mistakes. Like obviously if you put out videos that don't have thumbnails at all or just really awful thumbnails, then yeah, you're not going to do well. Or if your titles are incoherent, or if you put in the middle like a whole thing where you like beg for subs or whatever and like take like a whole minute out of the like there are things that you could do that can make mistakes. But overall, I think good content does guarantee views. Like I think it does after a while if you're patient. The problem is identifying if what you're doing is good content. That's the hardest part. You have to think of it like this. Good content is still good. It's not great. Great with a solid thumbnail and title and use proper backend to help with the algorithm will take off. A lot of people will do good content with a decent thumbnail and okay title, which is why it fails really to take off. I wish this person had gone more into the difference between good content, good but not great, because I think that is an interesting idea of like what is like a good video or a great video. Because like I guess you could put out like a good video, but like it's not good enough, you know? You have to really compete. I guess that's kind of what it means. I think people nowadays want to bring back character. The nostalgic lighting and home video in their bedroom discussing their personal interests seems to be more enjoyable than the same generated YouTube thumbnail. Semi-shouted layer with old Vine boom sound effect and gimmicky nature just in cutting. Yeah, but not all YouTube videos are like this, though. Like, case in point, my videos. Like, there's a balance with this. Like, we don't really... Like, home video in their bedroom discussing their personal interests. No, that wasn't entertaining either. It was just the only thing that was there. You want the balance, which is like my content. My content is the balance of that. It's very professionally shot, it's professionally put together. It's written very strongly, but it also is authentic and myself, you know, and I don't go on with the old Vine boom sound effect and all that stuff. Except for that one video where I thought that, you know, I needed that stuff. We have Watch Mojo, and we have a million other 9 things you didn't know about pizza rolls videos with the image of pizza rolls with worms. I don't know what they're trying to say there. Tired of people sharing screenshots of their views graph declining in views and asking why. Honestly, nobody knows, so stop asking that. What are you talking about nobody knows? I know. You show me any channel with declining views, I bet I could tell you why. I don't think a single screenshot, if you give me the whole context of the channel, I don't think I would not. I think I would be able to give an answer to every single one. Every single one. Some of the answers might be what you're doing fundamentally does not work. Like if they're a retro Let's Play channel, of course, that's why, you know, and the advice is do something else, which is not easy to take. But yeah. Yes and no. My videos didn't suddenly become good the day I got partnered, but yeah, majority of the stuff is people looking for a secret code to unlock infinite tube money while actually learning or doing as little as possible. And it's like, hey, I said that earlier. Secret code, secret cheat code mentality. I agree. Every time I check out one of the channels, it's almost crappy AI or low forget me. Yeah, I've seen that. I've gone. I think that'd be too mean for a stream. I don't think I would do that where I would look at NewTubers and actually look at their channels. I think that's too rough. I don't think I could do that on stream, but I have done that personally, and I have seen this. I agree, but thumbnails and titles are kind of the doorway to the video. So important. Thumbnails are so important. They're crazy important. Why do you think I'm always defending why my thumbnails say like this didn't work? They're like, oh, Jackson, all your thumbnails are the same. Dude, like that's why I can do this because I know how thumbnails work. Super important. If it looks bad, no one will enter the door. People don't realize that once you get people in the door, if the video is bad, the people will turn around and leave. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of both. So trying to improve those isn't the worst thing you can ask for advice about. Also, I feel like most people are looking for the easy way to get success handed for them here or just beg for subs views. Yeah. Yeah. Which never works, by the way, begging for subs views. It doesn't work. If your stuff, there is no better way for people to watch your YouTube videos than for them to just find it on YouTube themselves. There is no other thing that will do that better. There's no other thing that will ever do it. Maybe if you happen to get referenced or shouted out by a ginormous channel, that might be the one thing that would do more than that. But there is nothing else that does that. I saw posts about my videos on r/SpongeBob, and I thought that was going to be like the beginning of like some kind of big wave or something. And the posts that are on the videos that I had that are on r/SpongeBob did do better. So perhaps they did help them, but it's not the be all end all. Asking for subs, being like, please look at this. If it's not working, it's not working. Like if it's not watched by people that YouTube recommends it to, it's not going to be watched by people you ask to watch it either. It's not going to make a difference. I'm saying. They're saying. It's what made shows like American Idol popular. Half the singers on there thought they were great but were awful. I'm sure it's the same for most creators. They think what they're doing is better than what it is. Is that true? I haven't watched American Idol in a very long time. Most of them were awful. Nah, see, I'm not popular because I don't post. It has nothing. Okay, whatever. Let's see. I want to see if we can find someone who's silly. Do we have by... Oh, is there no sort by controversial? Is that not a thing anymore? Did they get rid of that? Let's just do new. Let's just do new. So we might not get... Let me see. Do I want to talk about AI? I talked about AI for like 2 hours yesterday and 4 hours last week. How much am I going to talk about AI? I think I have to. Fine. Talk more about AI. It's like my thing. That's like my Voldemort is AI. So like whatever. Is it really a Jackson Fanelli screen? Is it really a Jackson Fanelli stream if he doesn't complain about AI? I think not. Situation that makes me rethink if I killed my growth. Is having a predominantly AI generated description a bad thing for growth? Just cut out for growth. It's a bad thing. I have an education channel in which I do STEM related content through problem solving and showing lessons that are done with a graphic and tablet. The explanations, writing, everything is human. The title is human made. The thumbnails are human made. The plays are human made. Almost the whole channel is human made. The only one thing that is not human is most of the description text. Is this vidIQ? Is this vidIQ poisoning the well? Oh. Okay. Wait, why though? Like if you understand that everything is human made. I noticed that they don't. No, the explanation's writing. Everything is human. They say writing is human. If you know that your writing needs to be human, why do you think the description shouldn't be? Why would you draw the line there? That doesn't make any sense. Again, the only reason I think it makes sense is because I'm pretty sure They don't say vidIQ. I think it's very likely that this is what I was talking about with vidIQ. I think they poisoned this person's mind. They made them think it was okay to use AI for the description. Provided that vidIQ doesn't straight up tell people to use AI to write their scripts now, which I've never heard them do. I'm not going to accuse them of doing that because I don't think they've done. They do tell people to use their AI thing to write descriptions because it gives them the right keywords or whatever, and I don't like that. The only human touch for descriptions are the timestamps I'm adding in each video to facilitate the experience. By not human, I mean something like this. Insert playlist name, motivational message, AI. Insert positive message about the channel, such as crystal clear lessons, AI. What you'll find in this video, timestamps, human made. Insert more positive things like ideal for kids who want to learn, relearn, AI. But why? Why can't you can't come up with a motivational message? Why do you think AI would make something better? Like you're gonna motivational message. Oh my god, they know. If you look at the description, you're gonna know that's AI, and then you're gonna think that everything else on the channel is AI. By the way, because that's one of the big problems with using AI anywhere in your content. You can no longer trust that the person doesn't use it everywhere else. So especially if you're STEM related content, education. How can we trust you? How can we trust your information at that point? I do this because I have a bunch of tests or lessons from the same specific playlist, and I think it's just a nice touch of having a description filled with the same keywords that would work for the algorithm. It's so vidIQ. It's so vidIQ. It's exactly what they said in their videos. It's so vidIQ rot. Ugh. Work for the algorithm purpose of playlist being precise. Is it bad? If so, can I make them human made without killing my channel? I don't know if it's killing the channel. Like, most people don't really read a description. It's gonna hurt you. Like, it's gonna hurt you in the sense that you are dishonest with your audience. And I think it would hurt loyal subscribers, because I think people who are loyal subscribers, who are people who will watch all of your videos, they're going to eventually read a description of a video, realize it's AI, and then they're not going to trust you anymore, which is a terrible thing to do to your audience. Can I make them human made without killing your... Well, sure. Back then, people used templates, so what's wrong with it? Oh, there's like no questions on that? Back then, people used templates, so what's wrong with it if it looks at... Because templates are human-made, and the thing that you put in the template is your human intent. I can't believe people, man. I can't believe people. I can't believe that I have to answer this question. Like, this person is cooked. No doubt it looks good and justifies the professionalism of my channel. I just use AI for such descriptions because I couldn't grasp an entire description that fits all the aspects of a proper educational channel. Why not? You can write the videos, but you can't write a description? I didn't want to make it sound unprofessional or poor either. Well, it sounds unprofessional because it's AI. AI sounds unprofessional. You know that, right? Like, people know that something is AI written, and it makes you look incredibly unprofessional. I was just curious if YouTube purposely hunts any hint of AI usage. I wish. Oh man, I wish I lived in the world. They encourage that. No matter how small, just so you can't grow your channel. That's what you're worried about? You don't even care? You don't care about it being dishonest to your audience? You don't care about it being like fake? You care about if you're going to get in trouble for it, which you're not. Ridiculous. I don't understand why you would, like, maybe they're lying. Maybe they do use AI for the writing. Like, why would they not? If you don't care, why wouldn't you just, like, I can't imagine, like, if I was a person who had so little integrity that I would use AI to write my description, and I'm sitting down and writing a video, like, if I crossed that line and I used AI to write my description, and I'm sitting and writing my video, what's the point at that point? I'm just going to have it right. I mean, I guess the one thing would be that this person knows that the AI writing is garbage. Like, I think that would be, if I had no integrity, and obviously I have integrity, so like I don't use AI for anything. because I care about my audience and I care about having human intent in my content because I want to give my audience a good experience. But if I didn't have that integrity to the point where I used it in my descriptions, what would stop me from using it in my writing? Why would I spend time writing? You know, why would I care? I'm a person with no integrity who doesn't care about human-made writing. But I think that this person knows that AI gives you a bad script because all this person cares about is if YouTube is going to limit your channel. That's all this person cares about, is if they get in trouble. So they think that if they use it in their writing, it's going to get caught. There's going to be people who go, oh, they did that. It's not this, it's this. And they're going to get called out for it. So that's like, judging from that, I think that's the only reason they don't use it in their writing, is just because they know they'll get in trouble. No integrity. What do you think is the most important thing? Hi, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately and decided to start a new YouTube channel, this time focused entirely on long-form content. But I have a question. What do you think are the most important statistics these days? Retention rate, clicks per impression. How would you rank them from most to least important? Blunt answer, you're approaching it from the wrong angle. You need to think about your audience first, then think about metrics that best represent how your audience is responding to your videos. So true. So true. If you're first starting out, I'd be looking at base impressions. Does YouTube even know who to recommend your videos to? Are any of your videos having an easier time getting impressions? Once you're surface people, you can start optimizing CTR and audience retention. Yeah, that's so true. I don't have as much to say about this. Consistency. The most important part is to have fun, because at the end of the day, nobody is watching. Is this like a defeatist mindset? Like, no one's going to watch your stuff anyway, so you might as well have fun? Talentless cooking. It's an odd. I wonder what that means. Are YT shorts broken today? I'm sure they weren't. I've noticed from experience myself today and doing some research on Reddit that a lot of people have mentioned that shorts aren't getting any views today, quite literally being stuck at 0 views. Does anyone have any ideas of what's causing this, or whether it's just a coincidence? I posted 2 shorts on my second channel like 2 to 3 days ago. First one got 0 views and the second one only about 15. Weird. Might have been weird. There's no fun answers to this. Yeah, you probably just posted a short that wasn't very good. 4 hours ago. That's today. I mean, I didn't post a short today, so I guess I can't speak for that. But my long form video didn't behave poorly today. No views despite good metric. I am getting decent likes, 2 to 3%. Is that, what does that mean, 2 to 3%? Of like, what does that mean? Like percent of watch it, like it? My swipe away rate is 60 plus. Oh, okay, it's a shorts creator. My swipe away rate is 60 plus watch. So 60% watch instead of swipe away, which I think is good but not great. I think that's good but not great is what that's considered. My average view time is 70%, but my shorts are only getting 300 to 500 views. I think my metrics are decent, if not good. They're not really that good. It's not that good. I have 16 subs. Bro, 16 and 10 days old channel. Relax, guy. So his stuff might not even necessarily be bad. It might just be normal. I have 10 shorts already uploaded with max view of 2K on one short. Why aren't my views and subs breaking the ceiling? Why is it constantly around 500? It takes 4 to 5 hours a day to create a short, and I can't make 2 in a day because I'm working as well. Please accept. So they've been at 10 days, 10 shorts already, 16 subs, 2K and 10 shorts, 2K on one short. That's low. That's low. Hi, I recently got a new channel. Figured to pop in to say hi. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for being here. If you like watching my live stream stuff or want to watch more of my live stream stuff, you can check Linked in the description, there is Fanelli and Fanelli Clips. It's where I post the live stream stuff after I'm done going live because I don't keep the lives up on the channel. It takes 4 to 5 hours a day to create a short. 4 to 5 hours a day. That's a while to make a short. Not unbelievable, but it's a while. Means they're probably not using AI. Because I would say a human work that is probably on the higher end of effort for a short. 4 to 5 hours a day to create a short. Well, first of all, if it takes you 4 to 5 hours a day to create a short and you're just a shorts creator, you're going to need to get a lot of attention in order to make that worth your time every day. That's a lot. 4 to 5 hours a day. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot of time. Please suggest what should I do. Currently, there are so many shorts that even 60% is not enough. Maybe try faster, more visual hooks, especially 4 or 5 hours on a short. You need to find a way to create the faster. Yeah, 60% is not enough. Yeah, I see. I've done some shorts. I don't do that many of them. But I've seen that like 60% does not really do you very well. How long is the short? 70% is not high enough unless it's like 1 minute long. 30 seconds average? Oh, I wish I had more info on what their shorts are. How's it take them 4 to 5 hours to make a 30-second video? What do they do? I wonder what they are. I can't even tell what they would be. Please suggest what should I do. I mean, you just have to make better shorts. That's like really especially because it's a short. But honestly, like, I don't know what this person is trying to accomplish. They posted a short every day for 10 days. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. All right, this has got to be the last one. This will be the finale. Does anyone else feel like they're doing everything right, but still growing really slowly? I've been trying to stay consistent, improve my videos bit by bit, and not obsess over the algorithm too much. Still, growth feels extremely slow and sometimes invisible. I know this is normal, but it gets frustrating when you do not know if you are actually improving or just repeating the same mistakes. For people who push through this phase, what helped you stay grounded when results were not showing yet? Okay, so this person, you've been watching my SpongeBob vids for a while. I think they're pretty neat. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. This will be on Fanelli. Probably not for a while. I got a bit of a backlog for Fanelli, to be honest, and the Reddit ones are harder to edit. Reddit's harder to edit. But it will be there eventually. Go subscribe to it. There's going to be lots of great stuff on there. I post like, I mean, that AI Wars one was like 2 hours long. Okay. So this person, I don't see anything about this person that shows me what they're doing that could be possibly doing something wrong. It is possible that this person is doing everything right, but just needs to wait for it to actually really hit, because it does take a little while for that. That is possible. That is a thing. Again, the thing about like, the good actor can audition for 100 roles, before they actually book one. And the bad actor will also audition for 100 roles. The only difference is that the good actor eventually books. But on the way to that, the bad actor and the good actor are feeling exactly the same. I wish they gave more info on like stuff that they do. Improve the videos bit by bit, not obsess over the algorithm too much. Yeah, they're not really saying what they're doing. I use other channels for this since at small view counts, statistical analytics are pretty suspect. Try and find some small channels, Feedback Friday, and whatever the Saturday thread is in the sub are good sources. Oh, there's like a thing in this sub for it. Watch their videos where they are. Watch their videos where and why are you itching to click off of it. Look through their catalog. Try to figure out which thumbnails are grabbing your eye. Looking at others' mistakes is far easier than looking for your own. Take whatever you've learned there and look at your own content to see if you're making the same mistakes. Yeah, so one of the hardest things to do as any creative, YouTuber or otherwise, is to look at the things that you create as if you're seeing it as the audience who's seeing it for the first time. That is the hardest thing to do. The better that you can do that, the more successful you will be. And I think this is a good strategy to do that, to look at someone else. There is one issue, though, especially if you're already making a channel. If you look through someone else's catalog and try to figure out which thumbnails are grabbing your eye, you're already going at it from an analytical perspective, so your brain is going to look at it differently. Your brain is going to be biased. Your brain is going to be biased towards whatever thumbnails they do that are like your thumbnails, that try to make you feel like you're doing everything right. Another problem, too, is that if you're looking at these small channels, maybe all of their thumbnails are garbage. Like, which of the thumbnails are grabbing your eye? Well, maybe none of them are if they're a small channel. Maybe they're all awful, you know? Actually, if you want to look for good thumbnails, you should look at a good channel. Everybody knows the best thumbnail structure is when you have a giant red circle and put 100 arrows. Dude, I've had, I don't think I've ever used a circle. I've had thumbnails with arrows that have done well. It could happen. My thumbnails, I'm not going to be here to make fun of people with thumbnails that try to get people to click. I mean, if you see my thumbnails, they work. They work, by the way. Even though the episodes that they described didn't work, because I used that term more than anything else. This didn't work. If that doesn't help, try going the other way. Oh, watch bigger channels and try to figure out why you don't want to click away. Why okay, so they tell them to look at it both sides. So this is pretty good advice. I start with the small channels because, for me at least, it's far easier to pull data out of poor-performing videos than it is to pull from well-performing videos. Yeah, that's probably true, especially because well-performing videos could be performing for any number of reasons. Like, a channel that blew up could have blown up for so many different reasons. And also, they could be older. They could be from a different time. Like, if you look at a YouTube channel that's, like, even 5 years old maybe, but like 10. If you look at a YouTube channel that's 10 years old, that's big, why they're big is not how you can get big. They're not the same, at least mostly. Like, it's going to be so different. I felt the exact same way. The worst part is you can't tell if you're improving. It's like essentially flying blind, as sometimes views will go up and not by a lot, stay around the same average as progress. It's obvious. You get the thinking down, you're being consistent and learning and improving, which is most of the battle. Curious what you blah, blah, blah. I think this person, especially since they're saying they're flying blind, as sometimes views will go up by not a lot, I feel like even if you're at the point where you're growing a little bit, but you're not growing as much, if you're not aware of why some things are not getting views, you're in a little bit of trouble. Like, you should, if you feel like you're totally flying blind, then you don't know enough, and you're going to struggle if you don't know enough. The problem on YouTube is the survivor's bias. You see all the time those who succeed and not the 99% who failed before. That's true. It's very hard to see you see a finished product. You know, that's the hard thing. When you look at a channel that does well, you're looking at the finished product. You're not looking at how they got there. And that's a big difference. At first, if your content is good, title and thumbnail too, but the algorithm does not know your audience and has not assigned you topics. Your videos are pushed to random people who will probably not be interested. Yeah, I think that's true. That sounds right, but I wouldn't say for sure. So you have to understand, get over it, and blah, 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 blah. Which growth are you referring to? Views, subscribers? Probably both is what they would. For example, thumbnails and titles are most important for views. CTA is important to gain subscribers. Hook for watch time. I guess all of those things kind of go together, but I guess I could see the difference. I recommend having fun, strip away everything else, and just be fun. It's infectious. Oh, it's the same person who said at the end no one's watching. I think this is toxic positivity, to be honest. Strip away everything else and just have fun. Look, you should have fun. You know, I have fun when I make my videos. I always have fun when making my videos. But you should not be like, oh, yeah, as long as I'm having fun, as long as I'm doing what I want. Here's the most important thing. This is what I want to end on. Most important thing as a YouTuber, as any performer, care about your audience first. Care about what your audience is experiencing. It's not about you. It's not about you. It just isn't. And if you want it to be all about you, stop caring about the view counts. You can't have both. As soon as you ask how can I be successful? How can I have views? You now have to care about your audience. You need to put them before you in terms of what you want. What your audience wants to see is the most important thing. And I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. And I will